Guys, I spaced the fuck out. I was on time, but I spaced out. Hi. Sorry, I forgot. I was on time and at what cost? I don't even know how long I Anyway, hi. They turned me into a marketable chibi. Yeah, sorry, I forgot everyone was here. I was like watching too. I was like, oh boy, there's people in chat. Anyway, I'm a little marketable chibi today. I commissioned this artwork recently with the idea that like, oh, okay, I can like slap this on things on occasion. I wasn't planning on becoming a PNG tuber. But then I like when I commissioned this art, the art is by Tapio Banana, by the way. If you scroll down to my credits section, they should be linked in there. There's Tapio Banana on VGen, and I want to say Twitter is also Tapio Banana. And I was like, just like in case, can I have like a mouth open and closed? And there's also eyes open and closed. I'm just not using them for the setup right now. But I was like, my camera's not very good. And I am a simple laptop streamer. So like, I could do an external camera. And when I was doing streams on Max's channel when we still lived together, we used my camera to get everybody in the frame. But the camera one didn't really have enough battery to be streaming for a long time, which is like fine and easy to fix with a battery pack. But I don't have enough ports on my laptop. And I'd really like, I'd rather not use a, what is it called? Like a converter to do the, to connect everything to my laptop, because it's probably gonna make it shittier. So yeah, why not PNG tuber time? This is partially me seeing if my laptop can handle it. Those who have been on my investigation streams have noticed there's been some wonky stuttering, and I think I fixed that. Part of it is also that my internet has been a little, it's been doing a fucky wucky recently. So hopefully hopefully it's better with this. The stuttering is less obvious with a little animated guy to yap for me. But yeah, let's do chess lawyers part 2. Let's fucking go. I'm also like, I'm trying to make my PNG to remove more by like talking louder, but it's not actually through my, like, I don't need to talk that loud to actually get picked up on stream. So I should probably stop looking at it. Anyway. Let's fucking go. I don't remember what we were doing. All right, it's time for the trial. That's what we were doing. Just take deep breaths and relax.
Hi, Tyrion.
Ugh, Celeste? Don't sneak up on me like that.
Why are you so nervous? It's not as if this is your first time defending someone.
I can't help it. There's something about this building that just fills me with anxiety. Man, Celeste, it feels like it took us a month to get to the courthouse. It was only 2 weeks. I was only gone for 2 weeks, I think. It's too bad Ruby couldn't make it.
I'd say that you should calm down for Wallace's sake, but...
There are so many people here. And they're all staring at me. Their eyes are prying into me like a pack of flesh-eating maggots. Gross. Don't worry, Wallace. Our investigation revealed a lot of weaknesses in the prosecution's case. We have a strong case for your acquittal. Okay. The other benefit to being a little PNG tuber is it's finally gotten cold, at least where I live. So I get to be all cozy instead of having to like dress like a proper human for stream. I can just like wear a blanket. I guess I could do that when like streaming normally too, but I would feel silly. Did I read that? Oh god, hold on. No, that's the wrong button.
See? You can be confident when you want to be.
It's strange. Something is calming about Wallace's anxiety. It's like he just absorbs the tension out of you and into himself. Streaming blanket style. This is actually what, oh my god, what were they called? Is it Snuggies? The blanket with sleeves. The infomercial one. The one that was like designed, anxiety sponge. The one that was designed for like wheelchair users initially. Is that called a Snuggie or did I make that up? The Snuggie, woo, yeah! Oh no. Oh, that was weird. Okay. I don't know if stream saw that, but it lagged in a funny and new way. God, I keep clearing my throat. It was fine until like 2 minutes ago. Court is now in session for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready. Yay, Arya Sealwind. Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges?
The defendant is a student at Wivengard Imperial Academy. Mr. Nightgrave is charged with first-degree murder, negligent misuse of the arcane arts, and illegal practice of advanced necromancy.
Necromancy? Do you mean to tell me that the defendant is a necromancer? I can't believe it. A necromancer in this day and age? I love that the gallery also has occupation, age, and arcane art listed. Oh god, that, yeah, The necromancer. I think this is just like a factor of this game is occasionally like jumps like that. How could the kingdom let this happen? I'm not gonna complain about it too much. This is a smaller indie game. Shit's hard, man. Your Honor, I would like to remind the court that they should view my client objectively. Of course, but one can easily see it from the list of charges. Necromancy plays a large role in the charges.
Indeed, the crime occurred within the academy this morning. The victim is Catherine Bellwether, a professor at the school. Although there were no witnesses, traces of necromancy were detected on the body. Furthermore, the autopsy shows that the body has no physical wounds.
Oh god, I have to remember all the case details. Insane in the Rain's attorney. Hi, Max. I see. I was in the car the other day with actually the friend who introduced me to this game. And we were listening to Insane in the Rain, and then I heard Adrosaurus, and like it clicked in my brain that that Celeste is voiced by her. The lawyer game enjoyer music community is 2 feet wide.
Necromancy is the only type of magic that can harm an individual without physically wounding them. Additionally, the alchemist reports... Oh, I fucked up. The alchemist report shows no signs of poison or disease.
Hello? Lively stream today. It's almost like it's a Saturday.
Therefore, one can conclude that a necromancer had committed the crime. As many of you know, necromancy is held under high scrutiny by the Crown.
The one game in which I am the one who gets to hee-hee-hoo-hoo. Congratulations, Tumsick.
Aside from the defendant, no other students were permitted to learn advanced necrotic magic. As such, the defendant was the only mage in that building capable of committing the murder.
I need to familiarize myself again with the case details, but I think my running theory last stream was no. Yeah, I'm trying my best, guys. I think my running theory was that Catherine Bellwether had been replaced by illusory magic and one of these arcane constructs because they use her voice to speak. And the last time that we had seen Catherine Bellwether alive, she was acting very strangely. Like, she responded to, oh, it's like something like, oh, it's Professor Bellwether, with, that's Professor Bellwether to you. And, like, that doesn't make any sense. So that was my running theory. Working on the Big Top audio drama edit. Yay! Everybody should go listen to Turnabout Big Top, another Ace Attorney musical. I'm in the ensemble, and I did some of the audio work on it. Max is a wonderful Mo the Clown. Max is a wonderful Mo the Clown, and has there's a very good song. It may or may not be called Mo Solo. Mo Sweep! Oh, God.
Damn it.
Okay.
To properly present our case, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand.
I'm mixing and it was insane. Thank you. It gets credited, I'm pretty sure, as mixing. What I did was timing and tuning on Melodyne. I am very impressed with my own work that I did for the Barbershop Clowns. I would love to, with, like, permission given, of course, I would love to show, like, what a before and after of that is. If not to the public, I'll try to do one. I'll try to do one at least for the Tibetam crew, just to show you, like, how much I had to move it. Which is not anything about the, that's not even like I had to alter it heavily because, like, the rhythms were off. They were all very, very, we had a guide track. Tam usually has guide tracks when we sing. Yeah, this is how hard mixing. So Tam is very, very lucky in that we operate with guide tracks because we are given the most wonderful people ever to run these shows for us. So Ari gave us guide tracks, which are as if a conductor would be in front of you if it were a live performance. And so it was 3 singing lines that I had to match timing-wise. And all 3 of them, yeah, Ari is the greatest person I have never ever met in my life. This is not an exaggeration. Ari is wonderful. Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? The 3 barbershop clowns were, like, all very experienced singers. I was one of them, so I have a little bias on myself. But, like, all of us had we had solid singing experience and a guide track. None of it was heavily, not inaccurate, but, like, it's not like we were severely, like, nobody was, like, off with the rhythm. You still have to, like, time and tune something like that really extremely because of how precise the rhythms are, and we're not, in person with each other. Which is, like, an insane, it is insane that we have the level of quality that we do for Tam and Tibetam when none of us are in the same room. Like, it is really hard to achieve that. Anyway, another really interesting, this is totally off topic, but another really interesting version of that is, if people are familiar with Eric Whitaker, he does some contemporary choral music that's really good. I want to say it was a TED Talk that he did explaining his process, because one of his songs was done with a virtual choir, and it was written specifically to, it was done live with a virtual choir and was written specifically to, incorporate the latency of a live video call into the music. I don't remember which of his pieces it is. I want to say it was Cloudburst, but I don't remember. And this was also, like, years and years ago, so, like, the latency must have been worse too. Anyway, it's really cool. I really love Eric Whitaker's pieces, but also, like, it's neat. It's neat what you can do with a virtual production like that. They ask when we met up to sing together. Yeah. The answer is we didn't. I have met one fellow TAM cast member. Yeah. I think I've only met one. I've met Dave. Dave is also acro in Dave is acro in Tipitam, and he gives one of the most, like, chilling performances I've ever heard. Like, no shit. He's so good. Anyway, what are we doing? Lawyer game? Whatever. Everybody watch Tam. Everybody watch Tipitam.
Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Yeah. It started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked, and the whole building was put on lockdown. We set up a perimeter around the area and waited for the lockdown system to deactivate. When we finally got into the building, the prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy on it. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. Except for that one. This is driving me insane. Hold on. Like, I know we already went over this, but there's a blood stain under the body, and they were like, ooh, there were no injuries. Like, I know there were no injuries. Oh, that was the other thing. There were no injuries because, she wouldn't have been wounded by necrotic blight because that has no injuries. The traces of necromancy on her body were probably, healing was what we were talking about, right? Yeah, mend wounds was probably what was being done. The way you say Tam Tibitam, Doug Dividome? Yeah. With those pieces of evidence, we concluded that it could only be the necromancer kid that did it. The Inquisition's testimony is just as you expected. You've already found and identified the holes in Steelwind's case. All you have to do is find that hole in the commander's testimony. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Started when the City Watch got a call, someone was attacked, whole building was put in lockdown, set up a perimeter, waited for the lockdown to deactivate. I feel like we're gonna have to deal with this. Tam Tibitam, the owner of the Japanifornia Tibitam. There were no cuts or bruises on the body. Okay, well... Bloodstain. Oh no, it's lagging! Commander White, it appears that you've neglected to mention one key detail of the crime scene. Yeah? And what's that? During your testimony, you said that the entire body was clean. I will admit that there weren't any wounds in the body. However, the body was certainly not clean. At the scene of the crime, there was a large pool of blood located where the body was. This blood came from the victim's body, and it was definitely not clean like the commander testified. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I failed to see the significance of this. I'd like to remind the court of the prosecution's case against my client. They're accusing him of murdering the victim using necrotic blight, a spell which would not have physically wounded the victim. Eye of Horus time! This is such a good track. So why was there any blood at all?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The fact still stands. There were no wounds on the body, nor were there any reports of poison or disease on the autopsy. There are clearly magical elements in this case.
But Catherine Bellwether was bleeding profusely at some point. How else would there be a bloodstain on the body? Do you have an explanation for that, Miss Steelwind?
No, I'll admit that the prosecution doesn't have an explanation for that. And while I do find the circumstances questionable, all other evidence clearly points to the defendant.
Yeah.
If the victim wasn't killed with necromancy, why was there a trace of it on the body?
I'm glad you asked. I'd like to present a spell that could have left a trace of necromancy on the body. Oh shit, how do I do this? Oh, spells. There we go. Where is it? Mend wounds. Mend wounds? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a healing spell? That's correct, Your Honor. Spells from the School of Necromancy can control the forces of death and life. Mend wounds is, in fact, a necromancy spell. Really now? I wasn't aware of this. Now I'd like the court to consider the following. What would happen if Bellwether was wounded, and someone attempted to heal her using mend wounds? All of her wounds would disappear from her body. I see. Objection! The objections lag so much. No.
Do you honestly think that I'm incompetent, Mr. Cuthbert? Frankly, I'm a little insulted.
What?
The Inquisition is well aware of what happens when a mage attempts to save a victim using mend wounds. The healers that arrived at the scene already confirmed that the victim was long dead. None of them attempted to heal her.
Well, what if someone tried to heal her and didn't report it?
Please, none of the healers would have anything to gain by doing so. In fact, as a necromancer, the defendant could have easily carried out the described scenario. He could have cast mend wounds on the victim after murdering her to confound the investigation.
At the end of the day, the burden of proof is on you. But if you could just find out who healed the body, this case is yours. And whoever this healer is, Valentina definitely knows her. Your Honor, I will admit that I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, I do believe that we can bring it to light. There may have been 2 people that witnessed someone cast magic on the body. Valentina and Valerie Ianis, the sisters who discovered the body.
This is nonsense. We've already questioned those 2 witnesses extensively. If they had witnessed something like that, it would have come up in their testimony.
If that's true, then you have nothing to lose by hearing their testimonies.
Very well. If you're so confident, let's hear the witness's testimony.
It seems the prosecution has no objections. However, if this line of questioning leads nowhere, I will see no reason to further prolong this trial. Do you understand, Mr. Cuthbert? Of course, Your Honor. Oh crap, it's that guy from before. Is he the necromancer's lawyer? She just got on the stand and she's already stressed out. This could work in your favor.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
My name?
Witness, there's no need to be nervous. We merely want to hear about what you saw on the day of the murder.
Right. It's just that guy over there, he...
You mean Mr. Cuthbert? Did this man harass you, witness?
Wait a minute. Yeah. He, super harassed me. How shameful. I would expect a member of our justice system to behave more professionally. Oh, shut up. Anyway, please state your name and occupation for the court, Miss Ianis.
Just calm down, he can't prove anything. My name is Valentina Ianis. I'm a member of the kitchen staff at the Wyvern Guard Imperial Academy. As I recall, you were one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Apparently, the defense finds your involvement suspect. Rest assured, Miss Ianis. In this courtroom, you will be protected from Mr. Cuthbert's harassment.
Ugh.
Now please testify to the court on what happened that day.
There's some kind of kick me sign attached to the defense bench.
Yeah. I was walking with my sister in the West Wing when we noticed something in a nearby classroom. We looked over to see what it was. That's when we saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. My sister tried her best to help her, but the professor had already lost a lot of blood. While my sister did that, I used an emergency communication device to call for help. But it was too late. By the time her bleeding stopped, she'd already lost too much blood. No, there's no kick me sign attached to the bench. What are you talking about? If your theory is true, that means she just lied in her testimony. She's definitely holding something back.
She definitely saw more than she's letting on. You just need to prove that somehow. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Help her how? She tried to help her? Miss Ionis, how exactly did your sister try to help Miss Bellwether?
What?
Oh,
My sister used first aid to try to stop the bleeding.
I see. Could you please add that detail to your testimony?
Yeah, sure.
She used first aid and applied pressure to stop the wound from bleeding, but there were no wounds. Autopsy, no signs of cuts or bruising. Aha! Anyone else getting some drop frames? Are we getting some drop frames? If so, I need to fix something. Don't know what, but I need to fix something. Hold on, let me actually check my... I think it's me. I think I'm the... am I the drama? Am I the problem? Hold on. Where are my preferences? Whoa. Okay, there we go. Okay. Hopefully that might be a little bit better. Yeah, my connection has been a little bit screwy lately. Hopefully that resolves itself on its own. But if not, I bumped the, what the hell did I bump? Was it the encoding rate? I think it's the encoding rate. Yeah. So hopefully that'll help a little bit.
Witness, what is the meaning of this?
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Maybe I can elaborate, Miss Ionis. You weren't present in the gallery earlier, were you?
No, I was just waiting in the lobby. Lady Steelwind told me to wait there.
Well, I suppose I should consider myself lucky. You see, Miss Ionis, one key element of the case is that the body didn't have any wounds on it.
Yeah?
So? So please explain to the court, Miss Ionis. How did Valerie apply first aid when there shouldn't have been any wounds on the body?
What?
There's clearly something amiss here. But I'm afraid I don't understand the implications of this. Are you accusing the witness of committing perjury, Mr. Cuthbert? When someone lies, they stay as close to the truth as possible while changing minute details. In her thoughts, Valentina said that she was sure she saw a wound on Bellwether. And she also mentioned that Valerie was the one that tried to save the professor. If she didn't try to save Bellwether with first aid, she could have used magic instead. Could she have used magic instead? Her sister could be the mage that you're looking for. The witness was lying, Your Honor, but not about everything. Valerie Ioannis did try to save the victim's life by addressing her wounds. But she didn't use first aid. She used magic.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but your theory is completely flawed.
How so, Miss Steelwind?
Well, it's quite simple. We've already verified that neither of the sisters are mages.
What? Wait, how can you be so sure?
During the investigation, we had both the Ioannis sisters attuned to a spell compendium. It's standard procedure for the Inquisition when interviewing witnesses.
Then that means...
That's correct. Neither of the Ioannis sisters could attune to a compendium.
Did they switch places? Did Valentina walk in twice?
That's right, the Inquisition checked us both. Neither of us are mages.
Damn it. Were you wrong about Valerie being a mage then? No, that can't be right. Her thoughts said he found us out. That means you were on the right track. Valerie has to be the mage you're looking for.
Celeste, is it possible?
That's not Celeste. Celeste, is it possible for a mage to hold a spell compendium and avoid attuning to it?
No. It just needs to be on their person. When I was arrested, the Inquisition also made me attune to one of their spell compendiums. They were really careful to make sure that I did the attunement correctly. There's no way a mage could avoid attuning to a compendium with them watching you.
Right. Commander White may be negligent sometimes, but even he isn't that careless.
Now, if you're done, I do believe that you've exhausted all your options.
Wait, I'm still not done cross-examining the witness.
What could you possibly hope to glean from her testimony?
Valentina should be stressed out enough to see more of her thoughts. But you can't exactly say that you're planning to read her mind. There's one key element of her testimony that the court is overlooking. I have a right as an attorney to complete my cross-examination.
Your Honor, the defense is clearly trying to buy time.
I might be compelled to agree with you. However, I'll also admit that some elements of the witness's testimony are quite peculiar. I will allow the defense to perform one more cross-examination. That was close. But know that this is your last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. If you produce nothing substantial, I will pass my verdict. Of course, Your Honor. All right, it's all or nothing. If you can't find anything by reading her mind, this whole case is finished.
Witness, please give your testimony. Once more. Okay. Like I said, my sister and I saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. We rushed over to her. Now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw any wounds on her, but I definitely saw blood. My sister tried to save her, but she didn't use any magic.
Oh.
Neither of us is a mage. Both of us held that book the knights gave us. The commander was watching us the whole time. He can confirm it. It's a good thing that we're twins, or else that trick wouldn't have worked. What are we going to do? They have pretty hard proof that Valerie isn't a mage.
Valerie is the mage we're looking for. I'm sure of it. I'm just not sure why they felt the need to lie to the Inquisition. And more importantly, how did they trick the Inquisition?
Mm-hmm.
What does interpret do again? No. Whoops. What does this button do? Miss Ionis, your thoughts betray you.
What?
You found the thought. They must have done something, but what? It must have happened when Commander White was interrogating them.
Laura was the one who collected their statements. Did you notice anything off about their behavior? Roy said they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Quirks? Told me that they were running and spinning around him during questioning.
What does that mean? I forgot that.
I have no idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their coworker murdered.
Running and spinning. Our thoughts also said it's a good thing that we're twins. How did the twins trick the Inquisition? They switched places. Yeah. Interpret doesn't really get explained super well. You have to pick the statement whose internal thought is the weak point, and that's it. That's what I was thinking. That's not extremely clear. Okay, Valentina switched places with Valerie. This, also, this thing, gameplay-wise, is a little, goofy. Because, it's really hard to be wrong in this section. Of course, they switched places. Valentina attuned to the first spell compendium. Then she pretended to be Valerie to attune to the second one. Commander White couldn't tell the difference between them. Miss Ionis, there's something I want to confirm. During the investigation, both you and Valerie attuned to a spell compendium. Am I correct?
Yeah, that nut watched us do it.
And how did he have you do this? Did you both attune to these compendiums at the same time? Or did you attune one after the other?
What? No way. Does he know what we did? I fail to see how that makes any difference, Mr. Cuthbert.
Yes, I agree. The spell compendiums would work regardless of what order they went in. You may not be aware of this, Your Honor, but Valentina and Valerie Ionis are identical twins, which means that their physical appearances are nearly identical to each other. If Commander White didn't have them attune at the same time, what would stop the twins from switching places with each other?
Objection! This is clearly nothing but baseless conjecture. Orim wouldn't fail at such a basic task.
Really, Prosecutor Steelwind? Do you find it hard to believe that Commander White would fail at a task like this? Rude.
Oh, wait a minute. This is crazy. We didn't trick the Inquisition. My sister and I are not mages.
Then prove it, Miss Ionis. Bring in your sister and we'll have you attuned to 2 spell compendiums at the same time.
No, wait.
Order in the court. It's clear that we won't get anywhere unless we test the defense's theory. Bailiff, escort Valerie Ionis to the stage and bring 2 unattuned spell compendiums.
They've both had their hands on those compendiums for the last 10 minutes. There's no way they can fake it in front of this many people.
All right, it's the moment of truth. You can only hope that your theory is correct. Arya's scrolling through her damn phone.
No, did he seriously?
What is it, Prosecutor Steelwind? What do you see?
What I see is Commander White seeking new employment in the near future.
Salary cutting noises.
It appears that the defense was correct. Valentina Ionis isn't a mage, but Valerie Ionis is.
The way I'm thinking about an Arya cosplay now. Well, I already was. Did I say Valerie? No, I said Arya. Arya cosplay, thinking about it. It's obvious. I keep wanting to cosplay prosecutors, we know this. But also, I know that she has a redesign for the sequel that's planned. And that's probably more up my alley if I look at it again. Why am I suddenly craving ramen?
What's more, Valerie Ionis' compendium contains the Mend Wounds spell, which makes the defense's theory entirely plausible. Please, just allow me to explain. We should allow you to explain what, exactly? You're an unregistered mage. An apostate, even. Suddenly, this is Dragon Age. And you and your sister have made fools out of all of us with your perjury. How would you know what it's like, Lady Steelwind? I don't know why I went non-rhotic for that one. What? Did you think we wouldn't notice your name?
There we go, the rhotic's back.
You're not like us. You don't have to hide.
This is kind of fucked, putting this on blast. Like, it's necessary for the case, but...
Whatever. This whole situation has gotten out of hand. I didn't think hiding it would cause so much trouble.
An apostate, just like me for real.
And I won't let someone go to prison because of me, even if he is a necromancer. Please let me testify about what I saw. I'll tell you what really happened that day.
Very well. But understand that there will be there will be repercussions for your actions, witness. Me being one of the few Dragon Age players I know that doesn't always pick mage, I always pick rogue.
Yes, I know.
I always play pro mage, though. So I still always have to, like... I play a pro mage, and in 2 I romance Fenris, which is always fun.
My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the foyer. Then suddenly I spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in a nearby classroom. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead.
There was a hole in her stomach. Your Honor, as you can clearly see from the witness's testimony, the trace of necromancy was left by the witness, not by my client. What's more, it's clear that there was a physical wound on the body. I see. Well... His words trail off. He clearly doesn't want to pass a verdict when there's no clear culprit. But he has no choice. The case against Wallace is predicated on Bellwether being killed by necromancy. With Valerie's testimony, the prosecution doesn't have a shred of evidence implicating him. Very well. The court sees no reason to prolong this trial. With these new developments, the court has no choice but to find Wallace Nightgrave not...
Objection!
Arya! Arya, no!
I believe the court is ignoring one key detail of the witness's testimony.
And what would that be, Miss Steelwind?
Let's re-examine the witness's testimony. Valentina used a communication device for help.
Oh, it's the Arya Steelwind! Woo!
Oh, she was bleeding. It was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach. She was already dead. The communication device that Valentina Ionis used logs the time of day during each use.
The violin in this entire game's OST is very pretty.
From this log, we know that Valentina used this device at 3:04 p.m. The This was an hour after the time of death.
Where are you going with this?
Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. I can't remember if I went with Jan or Jan for him. I want to say Jan. That sounds right. Jan Hughes. Oh no, it's probably Jan because he's a janitor. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found.
I don't remember your voice. I was over on the bench. Bellwether knocked over a vase, shards and dirt everywhere. 20-30 minutes before the twins found the body.
20 to 30 minutes before the body was found. Do you see the discrepancy, Mr. Cuthbert?
Wait, I only half paid attention to what Arya said. 20 to 30 minutes. Wait. Valentina used it an hour after the time of death. Huh. Wait, that can't be right. Bellwether died more than an hour before the body was found? So how did Jan see her half an hour after her death? I'm telling you, illusions.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert. How could one make a dead body move and walk around?
No, you can't mean.
There was more than one piece of evidence that pointed to a necromancer committing the crime. The defendant murdered the victim and used a necromancy to animate her corpse.
Jesus. Not dead, created within the Imperial Academy? How reprehensible! The defendant reanimated the victim's body and made it walk around, only in this game. That's ridiculous. She had a hole in her stomach when the twins found her. Jan Hughes would have noticed that.
Animate corpse stops the flow of blood. So she wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere.
She would have still been bleeding, though.
The defendant is also proficient with illusion magic. He could have easily used an illusion spell to hide the undead Bellwether's wounds.
I think it was on an arcane construct! But another party could have easily used illusion magic to disguise themselves as the victim.
If that were true, how did they move the body to the classroom?
Miss Steelwind, if your theory is true, it would mean that the murder occurred elsewhere. Would the Inquisition happen to know where?
Regrettably, we do not.
Then the prosecution's case against my client is still faulty. You can't convict my client without more evidence. I agree with Mr. Cuthbert. With these new developments, the court sees it fit to suspend the trial for the time being. That's a fast trial. We will give law enforcement time to investigate these unknowns. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned.
Hey, are you feeling okay?
Body is seen moving around an hour after death. Clearly wasn't Bellwether. Or at the very least, she wasn't alive when this happened.
So what was it? Tyrion?
There's illusion magic involved. There has to be. But which spell was it? Would it have been illusory disguise?
Tyrion!
Ah, what?
You've been quiet since the trial ended. You were making me worried.
Aw. Sorry, I was just thinking about what Steelwind said.
You mean about her theory? It's a little creepy when you think about it. You really think someone turned the professor into an undead?
I don't think so. The prosecution's case is hinged on one clear fact. That Wallace was the only high-level necromancer nearby. We have to assume that he's the only person capable of using that type of magic. But we do know somebody who's high-level with illusions.
Then how is she walking around?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
It's a given that Wallace didn't touch the body, so we can discount the use of high-level necromancy. No matter what, someone used an illusion. But aren't there spells that can create freestanding illusions, not just disguises?
I honestly don't know. We need to talk to someone who knows about that type of magic. Are we gonna go see Eris again? Wait, didn't Eris say that she was studying illusion magic? Yeah. She might be able to tell us if something like that is possible.
Is that really a good idea?
What do you mean?
What if she's the one who created the illusion?
What? You're detecting fear from her again. Celeste, are you scared of Eris?
What? No!
I saw it this morning, too. You always get really scared when she's around.
Oh, I thought I was doing a better job of hiding it. Sorry, it's not based on anything real, but for years I've been working as a mercenary. When you do that kind of work, you build up an instinct to sense danger. You kind of have to if you want to stay alive.
Sorry, I never knew.
Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator that I can never hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by.
Really? But she doesn't seem that dangerous.
I know. I think maybe I'm just anxious or something. I should know better than anyone not to judge people by their appearance. Sorry, forget I said anything. If you think we should talk to her, then we should do that.
You're not one to discount Celeste's instincts. She's always been reliable. And if Eris is making her scared, then that must mean something. But if Eris really is that dangerous, then that's all the more reason to talk to her. But aside from that, there was also something else that the prosecutor said.
Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Dan Hughes.
He along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. She said, along with another witness. That means that there was another witness that saw Bellwether walking around.
Right. Jan probably isn't the most reliable witness. So talking to that other person might help us figure out what happened. But do you think Steelwind will tell us who that witness was?
At this point, we won't lose anything by trying. 2 of them. In any case, it looks like you have your work cut out for you. So where should you start first? Yes, I would like to save. Oh! Oh, that's a cemetery. Oh boy. We need to go to a graveyard. I'm sure nothing bad will happen there. Great. Cool. Yep. Great. Oh, no. Cool. That's fine. That's dandy.
Tyrion? What are we doing here?
Oh, it's this track again. Yeah! I'm not sure. For some reason, you felt drawn to this place. Oh, that's not great.
Wait, is that Eris?
Celeste points further into the cemetery. There you see Eris standing in front of a gravestone. She's placing flowers on it and appears to be chanting a short prayer.
Well, we found her.
We should probably talk to her later. It would be rude to disturb her now. As you're about to leave, Eris suddenly turns to face you. She's far away, but you can see her beckoning you over.
Oh, hello there. Were you two looking for me?
Sorry, we were looking for you. But we understand if you'd rather talk later.
No, I was just finishing up here. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about?
Guess what? Oh, what, Temsic? Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case. Hey, Celeste, if you're scared of Eris, maybe you should hold my hand. Hey, if you're scared right now, Celeste, maybe you should hold my hand. Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case. So true, Eris's theme. Eris's theme is very pretty.
Oh? That was my first time watching a court trial.
Eris looks exactly like a girl from your neighborhood growing up. What the hell kind of a neighborhood did you grow up in? Hello?
You were truly remarkable.
Thank you. You were in the gallery?
I've always enjoyed watching physical battles in the theater. But I see now that battles of wits can be just as entertaining to watch.
Entertaining? Oh, this is the scene with the bit of advice. What was it supposed to do? Repeat this dialogue? Okay. Noted. If the screen flickers again, I'm going... Ooh.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You see, the odds are stacked against him. But then he suddenly pulls out this crazy deduction and steers the trial in his favor.
She was cool. Her dad carved a tree stump into a dragon for her. That is cool. I've never really thought of it like that.
But I'm sure it's far more entertaining to be the one making the deductions.
I'm not really sure what you mean. I practice law so that I can help those persecuted by the justice system. I don't really do it to entertain myself.
But is that really true? Don't you find the experience even the least bit entertaining to...
You did not say Tyrion. You did not say Tyrion. I wouldn't really put it that way.
You're far too modest. You save people from the clutches of death. To your clients, you might as well be a knight in charming...
What was I about to say?
A knight in shining armor.
Okay, I'm repeating the dialogue.
That's a great time running a court trial. You're truly remarkable.
Thank you. You were in the gallery?
Always watching physical battles.
It's fun. Entertaining?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Then he suddenly...
Never really thought of it like that. Doubt. I don't really do it to entertain myself.
Bitch!
Motherfucker! Motherfucker! Not the absence of something being more spooky.
Did you really think I'd do it again?
What?
Never you mind.
I like her. Earlier you said that you were studying illusion magic.
I am. Did you want me to ask about the prosecution's theory?
Yes, actually. How did you know?
It was easy to guess after seeing you in the courthouse. Anyway, disguising an undead with an illusion is definitely possible. And as Lady Steelwind said, illusory disguise would be the best spell to use for that.
What if someone created a freestanding illusion?
A freestanding illusion?
Yeah, we know that Wallace didn't animate and disguise the professor's corpse. So what if the illusion wasn't disguising anything? Maybe someone created a freestanding illusion of Bellwether walking around?
For something like that, one would probably use major illusion.
Okay, hold on. 3D illusion can be any object or creature that can be contained in a 10-foot cube. which is 10-foot cube. Whenever, like, if you have this in D&D, like, a lot of times people are like, oh, 10 feet is, like, not that big. 10 feet is a huge area for an illusion. While concentrating the caster, like, in combat, it's not very large, but, like, generally people, at least when I play, are not using it in combat. The illusion is purely visual and can't be physically touched. Okay. The can't be physically touched is going to come up because, Bellwether, in air quotes, knocked something over. Which is, again, I'm really holding on to this arcane construct theory. Until dispelled is also crazy. I guess it is concentration. Yeah, some of the spells in this game are like really powerful. The one that is shape water but might not be called shape water, that one's really good. Actually, I don't think I still have that one. God, I love this theme. No, I don't have it because it's not relevant right now. These are by, yeah, I was gonna say these are by school, right? The color. So red is evocation, green is illusion, purple necromancy. Illusory disguise is an hour. Shape liquid, there we go. I also enjoy the, instead of like verbal somatic material, you get incantation gesture for each one. I think it's fun, even if my guess is like, as far as we've seen it so far, we haven't needed to know any of these, like incantations and gestures, but like even if they are just flavor text is really neat. Because these two have somatic components. I don't think any others do. End wounds. Yeah. It's fun. Now I can throw this track into the channel without spoiling that it's Eris's theme. I assumed it would be Eris's theme. It's only come up when she has been here. Major illusion.
What is it?
I don't think major illusion is what we're looking for. Do you remember what Jan said? Oh, he's about to say exactly what I did. I was cleaning a mess in the hallways. Bellwether knocked over a vase, and there were shards of dirt everywhere. If the bellwether that Jan saw was a major illusion, then she couldn't have knocked over that vase. Illusions created by that spell don't have any mass.
I see. How perceptive of you. Aren't there any other illusion spells that do have mass? No. Illusions can only recreate visual and auditory sensations. But there isn't a single illusion spell that someone can touch. So that means that someone disguised something to make it look like Bellwether.
Oh. Hey, Celeste, you should hold my hand. For no reason.
Why the look of suspicion, Celeste? Sorry, I wasn't... Calm down, I'm only joking. I don't blame you for considering every possibility. In fact, I'm flattered you think I'm capable of pulling off such an elaborate ruse.
Oh, Celeste. Anyway, this does tell us one important thing.
What's that?
The bellwether that Jan saw had a physical mass to it. It wasn't a freestanding illusion. It was someone or something disguised as bellwether. Okay. 30 minutes before Diana's twins found the body, Bellwether walked past Jan in the West Wing hallway. He was in her path, so she shoved him out of her way. After that, she knocked over a vase and shattered it. Even though Jan didn't say anything to her, she yelled at him to be quiet. I'm telling you, it's because it's pre-programmed lines. After this interaction, she walked into Lecture Hall 2B. The bellwether witnessed by Jan Hughes must have been disguised with an illusion. In addition to that, whoever he saw that day was physically there. Hold on, I want to check something. Okay, I wanted to see if illusory disguise was maybe you pick either audio or visual. I think it's just visual, though. Yes, purely visual. Perfect. I'm so serious. Recently watched a streamer playing this with a Celeste cosplay. Ooh, yay!
It's quite a shame, isn't it?
Eris looks pensively at the gravestone. The name on the stone says Emily Grant, and her lifetime appears to be awfully short. She must have been only 12 years old when she died. Man. Sorry for interrupting you. Was she someone you knew?
Not personally. I'm actually here on Wallace's behalf. Wallace knew her? Wallace joined the Academy as part of a program run by Headmaster Redmond. At the time, the Headmaster was reaching out to mages among the common folk. He had started a program to admit these mages to the Academy without having to pay tuition. Both Emily and Wallace were amongst those mages. Wow, that must have been an amazing opportunity for them.
Violin is so good.
The truth is, neither of them actually cared about learning magic. Their real problem was that Emily had a terminal illness. She and Walnuts were poor orphans.
She and Walnuts were poor orphans.
And obviously they didn't have the resources to treat it. But if they enrolled in the Academy,
the Academy would be obligated to give her medical treatment. Fucking Walnuts, man. Walnuts Nightshade. That's his name now, I'm sorry.
the Imperial Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. They thought that curing her illness would be an easy task for the Academy's healers. But they were mistaken, I'm afraid. I'm sure you know this by now, but healing spells can only treat wounds. They can't cure illnesses. Emily's conditions only got worse over the years, and eventually, she succumbed to her illness. Walnuts was furious. He didn't understand why the kingdom was outlawing magic that could save lives.
And that's why he decided to learn it himself.
Yes, the headmaster was inspired by Wallace's resolve. Not to be confused with the Great Ace Attorney 2 resolve.
Wesley.
He gave him access to the Academy's forbidden tomes of necromancy. And Wallace taught himself the spells that he knows today.
His love interest gets his name wrong every time. Now! That's cute.
So that's why. It was supposed to say a secret between him and the headmaster. But I'm sure you know how that turned out.
Walter, Winston, Warbler, Wyoming? Does something happen if I repeat that dialogue? I'm gonna try it. It's a long dialogue, but I'm trying it. Supposed to be a secret. Yeah! Oh my god. Insane. Is there anything interesting I can present to Eris before I leave? I don't want to present these to you.
Really now? I can't tell you everything you need to get through this case. What would be the fun in that?
Okay. Maybe her profile? We know that Wallace was accepted through Redmond's program. But what about you, Eris?
Are you trying to ask me if I'm a noble?
Sorry, I didn't mean...
No need to apologize. Although, the answer to that question is a bit complicated. My family is quite wealthy, but I'm not sure if I'd consider them a part of the nobility.
Family must own a merchant's guild or something.
Yes, something like that.
What? Why can you talk to the DM? Why can you talk to the DM? You have anything to say about me?
I wasn't quite sure what to make of you at first, but you truly are remarkable.
Thanks, I think?
I quite enjoyed watching you battle Lady Steelwind. I only hope the climax lives up to my expectations. That's a fancy-looking sword, Celeste. Is it from the Eastern Kingdoms? Yes, actually. How did you know? I've encountered a few weapons from there before. They have a unique style it's easy to recognize.
Let's do walnuts. Yeah, I'm sure she seems normal and fine and not suspicious.
It's strange, really. If it weren't for his disposition, Wallace would be quite the person to fear.
What do you mean?
It's clear to the three of us that he didn't commit murder. But think about how easily he could have done what he's accused of. He could instantly kill anyone using necrotic blight. And he could even raise them as undead using animate corpse.
I suppose so. But Wallace would never do something like that.
It's surprising what someone can do if they are pushed far enough. It really makes me wonder how idiotic the people that bullied him were.
You'd rather not think of such things. Interesting. Totally normal, not at all suspicious or weird. Very normal and fine. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna use this moment to take a break and get more water and also get a cough drop because I have a sore throat because it's gotten chilly. So I will be right back. Unfortunately, I have to play the stream music over this instead of the very beautiful orchestration going on. Well, my stream music is also cute and fun, and I enjoy it. Yeah, I love Eris. This is great. Okay, I will be right back. Don't cast any evocation spells that would cause fire in the chat while I'm gone. I'm back. I have a cough drop. My chat's on fire. There's water. It's okay. Whenever I hit affiliate, which should be soon, I should add like a redeem to set the chat on fire. Yeah, the good thing about streaming 2 games on my channel a week is that I have everything to hit Twitch affiliate, and I have for a very long time, except for I've never had the frequent enough streaming days to do it. Fortunately for me, Ace Attorney Investigations came out at like a very inopportune time for me, i.e. while I was in the middle of streaming this. So now I have to stream twice a week on my channel. I also stream twice a week on other people's channels. Tomorrow, Sunday, I stream on Kate's channel, which I think everybody in the chat now is already an avid fan of Kate's. But I'm on Katie100 Catherine's channel on Sundays, playing the Great Ace Attorney, and I'm on Max's channel, Tuxedo Max, on Thursdays, playing the Great Ace Attorney. And I should be doing Twisted Karma and His Last Bow on both channels this week. We're on the first part of Twisted Karma on Kate's tomorrow. And the last part of Twisted Karma on Max's on Thursday. Horrifying. What else is there? Scrolling up. As Nightbot has already... Actually, not Nightbot. As the Ko-fi bot has already explained, I have a Ko-fi. The Ko-fi is the easiest way to support me. Yeah, that's it. It's a Ko-fi. You can donate to it. It helps me out. It's neat. What else is there? I'm not going to promote my wish list until I figure out what to put on it again. Nexus. You can support me by buying games. One of the games that just came out that's on there is Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. If you have not already purchased the Investigations Collection, you can do so off of my Nexus store, and that supports me. I also stream Ace Attorney Investigations 2 weekly on Fridays. Once this game wraps up, I'll probably shift that to Saturdays. But in the meantime, I'm streaming twice a week, which is a lot for me. Whoo. But I'm doing it. I'm powering through. Yeah, if you would like to support me, you can purchase games off of my Nexus store. There's... Every Ace Attorney game is actually now on there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can now buy every single Ace Attorney game off of my Nexus store. Except the Latent crossover, actually. But one day, if we manifest it hard enough, folks, maybe it can be real. There's a new Latent game coming out. There's no time like the present. Anyway, what was I gonna say? If you would like to suggest games for me to put on my Nexus store, you can also join my community Discord server if you're not already a part of it. We talk a lot of games, including this one, Tyrion Cuthbert. Every Ace Attorney game, the Yakuza series, Persona has a channel in there. The Somnium Files is popular with the kids. I've been thinking about replaying Somnium Files lately, actually. Maybe if I'm bored one day I can Sorry, I just realized the game window is poking into my camera window. Hold on. Let me fix that. My game window's poking into my camera. The graveyard's leaking! Hold on. Yeah. There. There we go. I didn't notice that. That's funny. Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, my Discord server. Be there or be square. Eris is messing with my stream setup. She was reaching through the game, which I feel may be her shtick. I feel like she may be fourth wall breaking on purpose. Anyway, my community Discord server. It's neat. Also, if you would like to see my latest VOD, I have a VOD YouTube channel. Yippee, yay, yippee. I'm a real streamer, TM. Currently streaming Ace Attorney Investigations 2 and Tyrion Cuthbert. And I post VODs usually within the week that I stream them. Generally. Well, no, I always do it within the week. It's just whether I do it like the day after or later. But you can catch up on past streams that I've done on there. And then finally, my normal YouTube channel, I have a recent vocal cover. I sing. I post my singing on YouTube. My most recent cover is Loneliness Loop from Yakuza 5. I did a full English cover of it with my own trans lyrics. And there's much more to come. Probably be more to come if I were not streaming twice a week. Streaming 4 times a week, really. I'm like, that's one thing to do in a day. I'm not going to also record vocals. The other thing is, actually, fun fact about me. My vocal recording setup is, it's the same microphone. I just move it between a stand that's in my closet and the stand that's on my desk. The nicer stand is on my desk, but it's not as well treated out here because it is just free in my room. The closet also is not like nice treatment, but it's better. It's better acoustics than out here. So I don't record on days that I stream usually because I have to take my mic out of the stand and then like stick it in my closet and like remanage my cables. I have an actual studio set up for my audio work. God, I wish that were me. God, I wish that were me. Unfortunately, I am but a broke laptop streamer. Hey, speaking of which, you can donate to my Ko-fi or buy games from me. And that'll get me closer to having a nicer audio setup. I really should make my audio setup in my closet also nicer. Because there's a couple of like hard flat surfaces in there that I feel like I could cover up with blankets and shit and make a little bit better. Anyway. Now that my cough drop is like halfway gone. Let's continue the game. My dad built our house 20 years ago. He designed a room for a dedicated studio. Nice. If I had known when I had moved into the house I'm currently in that I would be regularly recording, maybe I would have like carved out a spot. Unfortunately, when I moved into this house, I was like 8. He's active in the recording scene those days. Nice. My dad and I are both music people. My dad plays guitar and bass, and I sing. We also have a keyboard laying around the house. Nobody in this house plays piano. I don't know why we have that. It's like a very like toy sort of keyboard, like Yamaha thing. But we have it. So we've all been like a musically inclined family. We just don't record as much. My experience with singing also is that I am trained in like musical theater stuff. And so like most of my singing training is I did musical theater and I did show choir in middle and high school. And like I've done choir since I was very little. And so all of my vocal training is largely singing in a live space. And it is a completely different beast to recording. I'm very not used to recording vocals. My friend is taking too long to answer. Should I get Year of the Dragon stamps or Railroad Station stamps? I say Year of the Dragon, but that's because I'm a dragon. So like, that sounds like I like am a dragon, the creature. My zodiac sign is dragon, so I feel like you should get a dragon. Anyway, yeah, recording is a different beast than singing live, and also a lot of my live singing, yeah, same year. Happy Year of the Dragon. A lot of my live singing technique is built for singing in a really, really terrible auditorium, which is kind of the opposite skill set of recording in a well-treated booth. Anyway. We should move. We should leave here. Oh my god, we left Celeste. I left Celeste alone with Eris the entire time that I was on my break. I'm so sorry, Celeste. You're an ox. You came second in the race. I never remember. I always remember that the rat is first and then the ox is second. And then I don't remember any of the animals after that. I know the pig is last. My parents are Year of the Pig, I think. I always forget if they're Year of the Pig or Year of the Rooster because some of my grandparents, I think, are Year of the Rooster. I don't remember. I also know on either side of the dragon, or rabbit, and I want to say snake? No, it might be horse. I think it's horse. Les McCoy. Yippee. It has to play her theme as compensation for me. As compensation for me leaving her alone with Eris while I went to go get water.
Hey, Celeste. I want to talk to you because you're going to be my girlfriend at some point.
So I would like to keep talking to you and building that relationship, even if it's not a part of the gameplay. Need to check something, but if I'm right, it'll be funny. There's still a lot we don't know.
Yeah. We know that Wallace didn't kill her, but did the true killer really murder her there?
Memorize you're the cockatoo was born in 69. Hey, nice. That's fun.
Where should we Where should we go next?
One of my favorite things that lined up is if you go with my headcanon that the Great Ace Attorney takes place in 1899. This is Zach's number! If you go with the headcanon that fucking the Great Ace Attorney takes place in 1899, Ryunosuke was born in the year of the rat, which both makes him the first in the Zodiac and also officially assigned Shunosuke. That does make Kazuma a pig, though. Or I think. It would depend. I didn't check exactly when Lunar New Year was in that, but there's, we don't get birthdays for Great Ace Attorney or any Ace Attorney characters, really, except for, I know we get Raifa's birthday. Why do I say Raifa all the time? It's Raifa. We get Raifa's birthday. But, like, we don't get exact birthdays for anybody, but we do get time windows of when their birthday could be. And I could probably look into whether Kazuma would be Year of the Pig or Year of the Rat. Okay. The prosecution believes that Wallace killed Bellwether in the library. We didn't really investigate that room the first time around. We might be able to find some new leads there. Let's go to the library. Oh, Arya, yay! Yeah, I was really hoping when I looked up zodiac signs, because, like, I also, like, I am more knowledgeable about Chinese zodiac than Western zodiac. Like, just personalities-wise, because it's, like, it's an animal. Like, obviously, you know what their personality is going to be. I never remember the Western zodiac ones. But the I was really hoping that it would line up so that maybe Kazuma was a snake, or oh, another fun fact about the Chinese zodiac. This is a really, I was like, I need to lock in on this stream, but I keep going on tangents. A fun fact about the Lunar New Year, and specifically Vietnam, is the I'm not entirely sure on the linguistics of it, because it also works this way in Korean. There are traditional ways to read the Chinese characters of each animal that are not how you would verbally say the animal name. What was I gonna say? The, like, Chinese reading for rabbit. I think in Korean it's mule. And I think it sounds similar in Chinese and in Vietnamese. But the point is, it's a homophone for the word for cat in Vietnam. And so the Vietnamese Lunar New Year, actually last year, they were like, oh, happy year of the cat. And that's how I found out that that was the case. I'm a Gemini and we're skeptical.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Cuthbert.
Steelman, what are you doing here?
After what happened at the trial yesterday, I decided it would be best to start my investigation here.
Right. Wallace was in the library for the entire morning. So it would make sense that she'd start her search here.
Actually, since I have you here, have you seen Eris Ilmata anywhere? It's my understanding that you're both acquainted with each other.
I don't trust those. I feel like it's going to flash violently again. Eris, what do you want with her?
It's not for anything serious, mind you. It's just that oaf of a commoner lost her spell compendium. Commoner of a commander. Commander. Woo. Now we need her to produce another one for our records.
Why do I get the feeling that she did, like, Orem did not lose that at all? I feel like Eris may have noped it out of existence.
If you see her, please let her know that we'd like to speak to her.
We saw her earlier in the cemetery nearby, but I have no idea where she is now.
Once again, I have to compensate for that idiot's mistakes.
Anyway, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case?
Very well. I suppose I still need to honor our deal from earlier.
Have you had any luck in finding the scene of the crime?
Unfortunately, I haven't. From the witnesses' testimonies, we have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took.
Route?
Route. I still don't know how British people say it. But none of the rooms we've checked have any sign of a struggle. Why are you so sure that a struggle happened? I'm mainly basing that off of the Ayana sisters' testimonies. Valerie, in particular, noticed that the bleeding came from a wound in her stomach. Regrettably, the body's wounds were mended. Though we can't determine what kind of weapon the murderer used.
During the trial, you mentioned that another witness saw Bellwether walking around yesterday. Would you be willing to tell us who that person is?
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that.
You're caught a little off guard. You've been pretty transparent with your investigation so far. What's changed?
I have no obligation to justify myself to you. Nor do I have an obligation to help the opposition.
Didn't we have a deal? Hiding information doesn't exactly seem fair to us.
I believe I've given you plenty of information already. So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. Family's dangerous.
Eris? The Eye of Horus catches a stray thought from her. Her family is dangerous? What does that mean? There's something about this witness's family that you're worried about?
No, this could be a feint. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try harder than that if you want to bluff me.
She referred to the witness as her. Furthermore, she said that her family is dangerous. Why would she go to such lengths to hide the witness's identity? In any case, it looks like she's not willing to share more at the moment. Maybe you should try looking somewhere else. Let's look around the room. Oh god. Due to constant misuse of the Arcane Construct's voice systems, voice lines can now only be set by Headmaster Redmond.
Is that why I can't make the constructs say things? The constructs speak using Professor Bellwether's voice. Unfortunately, that was an open invitation to many of the students. A lot of them ordered the constructs to speak several obscenities using her voice. But why is Headmaster Redmond the only person allowed to set the voice lines? There were also rumors that several faculty members partook in these pranks. I can't blame him for wanting to let off some steam.
Library is full of books for educational purposes.
It's too bad they don't have any fictional books.
Were you looking for a novel to read?
Yeah, I was hoping they'd have some mystery novels I could read.
You like mystery novels?
Of course! Why do you think I like this job so much?
Never really been a fan of the mystery genre.
What? But your whole career is about solving mysteries.
Exactly, it's exhausting. When I read a novel, I just want to read about simple fantasy stories and classic heroes. Oh, throw the Eris profile up, folks? I shall.
I guess that makes sense. What about you, Steelwind?
Please say romance novels.
I don't really have time for such things.
Now! I was hoping the Eye of Horus would tell us mystery or romance novels.
I can't read.
Do you think she likes Sherlock Holmes? The globe of the world. Do you think she likes Sherlock Holmes? It's amazing how many other nations there are aside from Wivengard.
I've been to most of these places. You should come with me next time, Tyrion.
Ooh.
Isn't traveling through the border heavily restricted? Oh, don't worry, I won't report you. Can't exactly blame you for wanting to leave.
Interesting. Again, locked up princess syndrome. Tables. There are tables for students to sit at while they study.
I don't think I could stand studying here day after day.
I never studied in a library when I was in college. I did some meetings and like class projects in libraries, but I never studied there. I didn't generally study very much at all. It's a holy text from the Church of Bahamut. I read some of these with Eris earlier.
I've been meaning to ask, do you guys worship dragons in Wivengard?
I've never really been the religious type. But I've seen some devout worshippers in the capital.
It's the most prominent religion here. The Scaled Lord Bathalion is said to be the source of all arcane magic. It's no wonder that he's such a large part of our culture.
It's been a hot second, and I'm not extremely familiar with it, I admit, but the, like, church and government and law being interconnected reminds me a lot of, like, aside from real life shit, the way they're going about it is reminding me of, Fire Emblem Three Houses a little bit, especially with it being, you know, a dragon. Fun. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought something else was up with my overlay. I was like, wait. Okay, I think that's everything to look at so far. Talk to me about Eris. What do you think about this, Miss Steelwind? Yeah, the fluff dialogue is so good, and like good fluff dialogue is important.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't say much about that.
Damn, that's it. Yeah, the character designs are very The character designs are very Byleth. Like, it's not really that they're very Fire Emblem, they're very specifically Byleth. As a mage from a noble house, you must have gone to school here. Did you know Catherine Bellwether while you were here? I feel like I presented this already.
Unfortunately, I did.
Yeah, I did.
Constantly clashed with her over the treatment of the students. One of my biggest regrets is failing to remove her from her position before I graduated.
It's like many people didn't get along with the professor. Ah. Do you have anything else? Ah. No. Okay. Locker room. That's new. Arya, she should be into romance novels, like really, really bad ones that are cringy. You spend some time wandering through the academy when you overhear a conversation from a nearby room. From what I understand, Miss Steelwind has already moved the investigation elsewhere. How long must I wait before I can retrieve my things? Sorry, old-timer. Orders are orders. Nothing comes in or out till this case is over and done with. Commander White? And the headmaster, too. Oh, hello, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey, kid. In any case, there are other matters I must attend to. Please inform me when I can reclaim my things. Sure. Looks like Commander White is standing guard in front of this locker room. And it doesn't look like he's conducting any sort of investigation. Is he here on Steelwind's orders? He might be able to tell you who the secret witness is. The kind with extremely risque covers. Yeah, exactly. What was the headmaster talking to you about? Supposedly, he has some items stored in one of the faculty lockers. Problem is, Steelwind said no one gets in or out of this room. Except for her and you two, apparently. She won't even let the other knights in here. Really? Is that normal? Nope. Things really are when she's calling the shots. Why would she give you access to the crime scene if she wasn't even letting the knights in? Okay. Oh, Mr. Minister, you mustn't. I'm a married woman. Oh, Emma Ghost Trick. Hey, everybody should play Ghost Trick. Wait, do I have the... Is it Trick? Yeah, you guys should play Ghost Trick. Oh, you either Ghost or you Trick. With the exception of you and Celeste, Prosecutor Steelwind isn't allowing anybody in. Everybody play Ghost Trick. I don't know what her deal is, but she's acting strange lately. She's been real paranoid, that girl. Frankly, I can't tell what's going through her head. You mentioned that the prosecutor has been paranoid lately. Do you think it has something to do with this case? No, it started way before that. Lately, she's been using the Inquisition to investigate a lot of non-magical homicides. What? Wouldn't it be easier to work with the relevant law enforcement for that? I don't know why, but she's convinced that these cases have magic involved. But we scanned each and every one of those crime scenes, nothing turned up. I got to say, though, if it weren't for the scans, I might actually agree with her. Why do you say that? Those homicides. I haven't ever seen anything like them. This too is Persona 4. They're probably some of the most screwed up cases I've ever handled. For one of those cases, we had ourselves a disgruntled spouse. We found out that her man was going around with a barkeep. And do you know what the spouse does? She stalks the poor woman. She starts leaving threatening notes all around where she worked. The barkeep told the city watch all about what was happening. And no matter how much they staked out the tavern, they could never catch the perp. Then one day, the barkeep arrived home. But little did she know, the spouse was waiting there for her. Poor lady never had a chance. Then to tie the whole thing together, the spouse waits for her husband to get home. She cooks him a big roast, using the barkeep's remains. Good God! Okay. I have to press another dialogue option after that. Cool.
Wow, that story is pretty...
I know. Steelwind thinks someone's developed a new type of magic that can control people's minds. And these homicides were some kind of sick test run. Magic that can control people's minds? Interesting, so we don't have that yet.
But wouldn't Mage Blight make more sense?
Mage Blight?
When a mage overuses their magic, it can have pretty bad consequences on their mind. They temporarily lose grip of reality and begin seeing things that aren't there. When a mage becomes like that, it almost never ends well. They enter a frenzy and begin firing spells randomly, which only makes it worse.
I've seen my fair share of Mage Blight cases, and this isn't like that. Actually, the D&D campaign that I'm working on, with a friend of mine, we're doing, we took that homebrew rule that somebody liked about, like, if you can use a point of exhaustion to expend a spell slot that you don't have. And then the more spell slots that you expend, the more exhaustion points you have to take, which is a really cool rule. Can't imagine it'll happen a lot, but what we made it do is it actually starts to, like, turn you into clouds, because we have a very, like, cloud and sky themed world that we're building. Very neat. Not all of the perps were mages, and the ones that were didn't even use their magic. One thing was that each of the perps almost seemed to wake up after we arrested them. Yeah, that sounds like mind control, all right. All of them said things like, "It wasn't me," or "I didn't have a choice." They didn't have a choice? What could that mean? I doubt it means anything. Sometimes people can't face the things they've done. It's easier to say that you had no control than to take responsibility. You wonder if you can mislead the commander into revealing who the secret witness is. During the trial, Miss Steelwind mentioned that someone other than Jan Hughes saw Bellwether walking around. Have you seen them around lately? We wanted to speak with them. Huh, nice try, kid. Well, it was worth a shot. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. I don't think anyone other than Steelwind knows who this witness is. I sure as hell don't. What? She's even hiding it from the Inquisition, Commander? Why is she being so secretive? Looks like the commander doesn't know who the secret witness is either.
Ugh, this isn't getting us anywhere.
Steelwind's behavior is strange, though. Perhaps you could try analyzing her behavior. If you do that, you might be able to find a way to convince her to help you. Ooh! Okay. Steelwind's behavior has been strange this time around. She's hiding elements of the case, even from the commander. Anyone can tell that she doesn't have much faith in him. I'm standing right here. But this is the first time I've seen her hide key details of a case from him. We all know. I was gonna say it's Tuscaloosa. I was literally about to say that. Yeah, Arya Steelwind loves Tuscaloosa, guys. Also, I'm realizing me doing the unfitting British accent for Orem. I think it's just Ford. It's just Ford coming out. Okay. What is motivating her? Logic, arrogance, paranoia. I feel like it's logic. I don't think she would just be paranoid. No? She can't do it herself. I don't want to say it's arrogance. That seems mean. Okay, good. It is just paranoia. Her actions must be driven by paranoia. Okay, that was a weird... That was a weird bit. Where, like, you're like, wow, Arya seems paranoid. Yeah, she sure seems paranoid, alright. Is she suffering from paranoia? Yes. She's been hoarding information about the case. There's only one reason why she wouldn't utilize the Inquisition like she usually does. It's because she doesn't trust them. I hate to say it, but that doesn't really surprise me. She's always been standoffish with us. But there is one exception. Who has she trusted? Us, right? She let us investigate the crime scenes without any restrictions.
Yeah, I never really thought about that. Does she trust us that much?
I don't think personal trust is the reason. I think we should be friends. We don't usually interact with her. And she's worked with the Inquisition on plenty of cases that we weren't even involved in. The one is controlled by the Inquisition? An employee? We're not employees of the Inquisition. Tyrion isn't controlled by the Inquisition. Nobility faculty. Or the nobility. Steelwind doesn't know much about us. Whoa, Cuthbert stream! Hi, Nick, you're good. Steelwind doesn't know much about us. We got what I think to be Doki Doki Literature Clubbed again. But she does know that we aren't prone to noble corruption.
Right. You indicted a noble during the last case.
Meanwhile, the Inquisition usually bends to the nobility's whims. Well, I can't argue with you there. It's a noble. Using my insight, I could tell that she's worried about the witness's family. And if she's worried about corruption from the nobility, that can only mean one thing. The witness is a noble. The witness, Steelwind, or Steelwind. Eris is normal. This is really funny, though. There's only two options. Is a murderer. No. Is a student, suspect, noble. Ooh. The witness has to belong to a noble family. That's why she's so wary of interference.
But we're obviously not going to do anything corrupt. Woo. Why is she hiding the witness's identity from us?
You recall seeing a thought through the eye.
So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no.
Family's dangerous. I think she's worried about our safety. Yeah, I guess harassing a noble could put you in danger. But I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby Tamora.
Yeah, it's not as if we aren't already on the nobility's bad side. I'm sure the Pierce family still has it out for us.
This can only mean the family we're dealing with is even more powerful than House Pierce. If the prosecutor is wary of them, they could be even as powerful as the Steelwinds. Wait, don't tell me you think we're dealing with one of the 4 pillars.
4 pillars?
It's a name people use for the top 4 noble houses. These families stand at the top of the kingdom's aristocracy. If I recall correctly, the 4 pillars are House Freyga, House Von Sanctus, House Sybil, and House Steelwind.
Steelwind is a part of one of them?
This is just like the Great Ace Attorney. Hey, you guys should, hold on. Let me do my bit. You guys should play the Great Ace Attorney.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Yeah, which makes it so much weirder that she's serving as a prosecutor. Wow, this is just like the Great Ace Attorney. Christ. What is it? We're about to start 2-3 in your friend's playthrough. Godspeed, soldier. This is why we need to convince Kate to play this eventually. Kate would have a lot of fun with this, I think. Kate would have a lot of fun with this. Kate also being a Baldur's Gate streamer right now. So like the D&D and lawyer game crossover would be perfect. Oh god, no, don't open the EA launcher. Steelwind's weird behavior all started after she investigated this room. We were at the crime scene and she left to follow a lead. But an hour later, she came back to the lecture hall and booted everyone out. Her behavior changed after investigating this room? That means that she found something here.
And that something must point to a family from the 4 pillars.
The commander looks a bit anxious. You know, Steelwind's orders say I can't snoop around here. But you two, on the other hand. Don't worry. Just leave it to us. I have some school records that say which locker belongs to which student. You can use it to tell whose locker you're looking at.
Yay!
Okay.
Oh! There's an arcane construct in the back here.
Probably here to aid the students. Anyway, I don't think it's relevant to our investigation. But perhaps you should make a small note of it anyways. Interesting. Interesting. You use the legend that the commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find some notable student names. Oh, geez. Okay, Freyga. Is that the blue girl? Oh, wait. Oh my god. All of them are 4 pillars. My guess is Miriam Freyga is the one that we're worried about. Because Jaden Von Sanctus doesn't... Both of these sound like they could be not women, but I'm not sure. Wallace Nightgrave. You open Walnuts' locker. Inside, you find a bottle of fragrant liquid and something that looks like a makeup kit.
Huh. I didn't expect Wallace to use stuff like this.
It does seem strange, but it's not your place to judge. Anyway, you should try looking through the other lockers. Why does Wallace have makeup? You use the legend that the commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find the notable pseudonyms. Miriam Frege. You open the locker with Miriam Frege's ID number. Inside, you find a stack of worn-out textbooks and notebooks. Don't forget the heiress profile. Oh, terrifying! Wait a minute. These notebooks all have Wallace's name on them. You open the notebooks and look through its pages. Are his bullies 3 of the 4 pillars? It appears to be research on the art of necromancy. These are Wallace's notebooks. Walnuts, even.
But why are they in Miriam Frege's locker? Did Miriam steal his things?
What's going on here? You and Celeste check the locker more thoroughly.
Wait a minute. Tyrion, take a look at this.
That's blood. Oh, that's not great. That's not good. That's not good at all. Baden von Sanctus. Inside, you find several bottles of some kind of transparent lotion. There's nothing but lotion in here.
Oh.
Wonder why a student would need this much lotion. What the fuck? You take one of the bottles to inspect it more closely.
Wait, Tyrion! Don't touch those with your hands.
It's some kind of sanitizing liquid? A little strange, but it doesn't seem to be related to the case. You use the legend. Okay, what the fuck? Is floor-to-ceiling hand sanitizer? What is going on? What a non-sequitur. Hello? What does that mean? Not the words non-sequitur. Like, what does the floor-to-ceiling hand sanitizer mean? Textbooks and the neatly stacked deck of tarot cards.
Oh, it's like those cards that fortune tellers use.
I wonder if this student studies divination magic. What the fuck, guys? Why is it just lotion? I don't think it's related to the case. However, I guess. Okay.
We found a few things, but I can't really make sense of any of it.
We should look at this from the prosecutor's perspective. Steelwind found something in one of the lockers.
The fucking blood!
Whatever it was, it made her extremely paranoid. Miriam.
No matter how we look at it, we found some insanely suspicious things in Frege's locker. It had Wallace's notebooks and even some blood.
But that blood is certainly strange. Lotion all just disappears in an Eris glitch. It implies that something bloody was stored there.
Do you think someone stole it?
No, actually. I think it was Steelwind who took it. Oh, I was thinking, like, we're not gonna argue that the body was in there, are we?
Oh, right. Lauren mentioned that she investigated this room. She must have taken the bloody item as evidence. She must have taken the bloody item as evidence.
Sorry. But with that said, there's something else strange about Miriam Frege's locker. Why does she have walnuts as stuff? It has a lot of walnuts possessions. Oh, speaking of walnut as a name, Hu Tao from Genshin Impact, her name means walnut. And I didn't realize that at first until I was reading through Genshin Impact characters' names in Korean. And I was reading, and Hu Tao is Hodu, and I was like, wait, her name is just Walnut? So I Google translated the Chinese, and yeah, her name is like written with the characters for Walnut. I thought it was like a homophone, but it's Walnut.
It's possible that
Nope, that's Tyrion. It's possible that she really did steal these items from him. But it's more likely that this locker isn't actually hers. Remember what Walnut told us before? Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number off my locker. Oh! Ah, right. They would switch it through with the 4 pillars. The love interest has been getting his name wrong for 3 different reasons? What are the 3 different reasons? Oh, Nick, you missed it. I was explaining Cloudburn to the chat.
Has someone switched the nameplates?
This means that this isn't Miriam Frega's locker, it's Wallace's.
But that would mean that the bloody object came from Wallace's locker.
It appears so, yeah. While you were gone, Nick, they were explaining, or TNT were making it on stream, yeah. They were explaining a condition called Mage Blight, where if you overuse magic, a mage will start going insane and firing off random spells. And I was like,
Oh wow, that sounds like Cloudburn.
okay. But if that's true, why didn't Steelwind present the bloody item during the trial? I proved that Bellwether was wounded before Valerie healed her. Wouldn't that have been the perfect time to present what she found? First, it was because she legit struggled remembering his name. Second was after she uncovered a secret superhero identity and was mad at him and used wrong names on purpose. Aw. It was a bloody item found in the defendant's locker, after all. She could have easily proved that the nameplates were switched, too. I think it does damage her case, though. If there's a bloody item, then it says that the wound was physical, not necromantic. It kind of worked through it, and she just gets his name wrong as a cute pet name sort of thing. Aw.
Right, that is weird.
There's something more to this that you aren't seeing. But what? I think we'll just have to ask Steelwind ourselves. Okay, I do want to examine Wallace's locker one more time to see what's in it. Oh, I see. The makeup is Miriam's. That makes more sense. By the way, have you two seen Eris Ilmater around? Right, Steelwind mentioned what happened. Yeah, she really has been on my case about that. Bad Walnut. Can't believe I lost her compendium. But I guess it's mostly my fault. We saw her at the cemetery earlier, but I have no idea where she is now. Damn it. Okay. Well. No, we haven't seen Eris at all. Nope. Alright, where is Arya?
Hey, Arya. Oh, you're back.
We've uncovered a few things during our investigation. Miss Steelwind, are you acquainted with a student named Miriam Frega?
I underestimated him. I said it before, Mr. Cuthbert. I won't fall for such an obvious bluff.
It's not a bluff, Miss Steelwind. And I'll prove it using the evidence we've gathered. Ooh! Steelwind is paranoid, and for whatever reason it's due to the involvement of Miriam Frega. Whoops. You could convince her to reveal why she's being so secretive, she might give you more information. Let's start an argument. Now, stop lagging. Damn. It sucks that the animations lag so much. You've been behaving strangely, Steelwind. Even the Knights of the Inquisition have noticed. I thought that sentence was going to be longer. Please just tell me, why are you being so paranoid?
I'm not sure what you're trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert.
Girl, no. You've been weird.
I've approached this case objectively, just like I have with every other case.
This is the first time you've seen what Tyrion looks like? Really? Yeah, he looks like a pretty normal guy. He's got freaky eyes. Oh shit, what was the question? She's extremely logical and won't accept arguments that aren't supported by evidence, but she's become secretive lately. Very inclined to hide Frega's involvement. Okay.
Nothing about your behavior has changed. Bullshit. Evidence in the locker. 4 pillar families. Steelwind's orders. Your orders have been weird. He's just a dude with weird eyes. You've ordered the knights to stay away from the crime scene. And you've even taken it upon yourself to conduct the investigation yourself. That is not normal behavior for a prosecutor. I took those actions because the Inquisition is incompetent. How could I possibly trust them with anything? The knights are incompetent, but even you can see the value of delegation. During Celeste's case, you still delegated tasks to the Inquisition, and you could have easily investigated the McCoy Tavern yourself. This academy is huge. You wouldn't conduct your investigation this way unless you had a good reason. Then why don't you enlighten me?
It's not normal. That's not normal, Laios.
What would cause me to behave so strangely?
The 4 pillars.
You know that the Inquisition is corrupt and will bend to the nobility.
Oh no, why is it slowing down? Oh god.
So what would happen if a powerful noble were publicly involved in this case? With that noble's influence, they'd probably order the Inquisition to— oh, wait. No? They'd probably order the Inquisition to conceal their involvement. High-profile noble is involved in this case, Steelwind. And I believe that noble is Miriam Frege. Again with this. Do you think you can bluff me by throwing out the names of random nobles? Not every noble is a malevolent criminal like Garrick Pierce. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Nothing about this case has anything to do with House Frege.
Bullshit.
Then how do you explain this, Steelwind? The commander told us that you were following a lead in the locker room yesterday. We investigated the lockers of students from the 4 pillar families. And we found stains of blood in a locker with Miriam Frege's ID number. I don't know why ID isn't capitalized. And it was presumably left by a bloody object. The bloody object was taken by someone. And we heard that you became extremely paranoid after you found something in it, in the locker room. If I had to guess, I'd say that you took the bloody object as evidence. And what evidence do you have to support these outrageous claims? What? The only thing you have is evidence of a bloodstain. There is a myriad of explanations for that. Everything else you mentioned is pure speculation. I could have found any number of things in that room. Or possibly nothing at all.
Let's not be coy, Miss Steelwind. You're hiding evidence, Miss Steelwind. Do you not see how wrong that is? You don't present it, I'll have no choice but pull the owner of the— ooh!
Threatening her might be a good idea. She's very inclined to hide Frege's involvement.
Yeah. I didn't think threatening Arya would be a good idea, but it is.
You found an object in the locker with Miriam Frege's nameplate on it. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no choice but to pull the owner of that locker onto the stand. That's ridiculous. We both know that the locker in question belongs to Wallace Nightgrave.
Can you unequivocally prove that, Miss Steelwind? Because the way I see it, there's a lot of room for doubt there. Enough doubt for me to pull Miss Frege onto the witness stand. But if I had more context, maybe I wouldn't have to resort to that.
Yay! Well played, Mr. Cuthbert. I suppose I don't have a choice, do I?
Yay! The truth.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't acting to protect the nobility. But I'll admit that Miriam Frege was the other witness that saw Bellwether that day.
I see. I had some suspicions, but
There's also another matter.
Steel one looks uneasy.
When I was investigating the body, I found this.
Ooh. Tightly packed folder of several documents. Evidence multiple instances of, plagiarism, fraud, bribery of school officials, and various other offenses committed by Miriam Frege. Gee, I wonder who did it.
What the? It looks like Miriam's been cheating at school.
But why would Bellwether have something like this?
From the way it's arranged, I think it may have been blackmail.
Good God. Bellwether.
Miriam Frege is considered a prodigy in the practice of conjuration magic. She's won a litany of awards, and she will most definitely graduate with honors. If these files were to reach the public, it would absolutely ruin her reputation. Do you think that the professor was trying to threaten her? It appears so. When I discovered this, several elements of the case were still unknown. I decided to look through her belongings, and mistakenly looked through the locker with her ID. I found this in that locker.
Oh. Oh. Yep, that's suspicious. A rapier covered in blood found in Wallace Nightgrave's locker. And it belongs to House Strega. Strega, why do I keep saying Strega? It's the Persona 3 brain rot.
It's very likely that this is the murder weapon. This rapier is a valuable family heirloom for House Strega. Strega, son of a bitch. This too is the Great Ace Attorney. And a few weeks ago, Miriam reported that the rapier was stolen from her room. And then it was found in Wallace's locker.
Not that I'm complaining, but why didn't you present this in court?
To be honest, I'd like to avoid involving House Frege by any means necessary.
I knew it! You're just protecting her, aren't you?
Miss McCoy, do you recall how Evangard's justice system works? Justice system?
Sure, the House Frege won't be a name that you'll have to remember. Frege is totally the one that I said looked like Vaishnavi, right? Considering the name is Frege. Like, yeah. Yeah. Ooh.
To acquit a defendant, you need to unequivocally prove that they didn't commit the crime. To do that, they either need a solid alibi, or we need to prove that someone else committed the crime. What do you suppose will happen if you bring Miriam Frege onto the stand? House Frege won't allow one of its members to be indicted in a court of law. They'll plant and forge evidence to implicate your defendant. And they'll use the Inquisition to do so.
So that's why you've been keeping them away from the investigation.
Can't you do anything? The Steel Winds are powerful too, aren't they? I don't have the support of my house. Right now, I'm just a prosecutor, nothing more. Oh. Steelwind, you know that this isn't fair for us. Just do nothing. Do nothing and let us win.
Celeste!
If we can't go after Miriam, then you can at least help us save Wallace. I'm not going to do that. Why? What if Miriam Frege is the real killer? Her sword is the murder weapon and Bellwether was trying to blackmail her. I seem to recall another case where an innocent person's sword was used to frame them. As a prosecutor, it is not my place to decide who's guilty and who's not. I won't engage in corruption, even if it's to counter corruption from another noble house.
Yeah, Arya!
I'm sorry. Do you know where Miriam is right now? Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't let her think that there's even the slightest possibility you'll indict her. She'll bring the entire wrath of House Frege down upon you.
Regardless, I can't do anything for Wallace unless I know that everything that happened. Frege is the last piece I need to put everything together.
Well, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? The dormitory is room 107. I imagine that she'll be there, considering that classes are suspended. Thank you, Steelwind. If I don't tell you, I'm sure you'll probably just find out using some other means. But please, Mr. Cuthbert, be careful.
Thank you, Arya. Hey, if I present Eris again, will you say something? What do you think about this? Nothing? You're just gonna be angry? Okay. Dorm room! Whoa. Follow her and find Miriam Frega's dorm room. The door leading inside seems a lot more ornately decorated than the other dorms. You go to knock on the door, but you don't realize that it's only partially closed. As your fist comes into contact with the wood, you accidentally push the door wide open. Sorry. Noble Waltz. Okay, she's going to have to be Weishni. I have to sneeze, hold on.
Excuse me! How dare you barge into my room?
Sorry, I meant to knock, but...
Construct! Remove these hoodlums from my room! Acknowledged!
From the corner of the room, an arcane construct stands up and starts making its way towards you. Before you can protest, it raises its fist to hit you! Holy shit. Hello? You only have enough time to raise your arms and brace yourself for the impact. Acknowledged! You close your eyes and wait for the blow. Fucking Melia, Tikla. But instead you hear the clang of steel against steel. Confused, you open your eyes and see Celeste standing between you and the construct. I'm sure this does normal things to Tyrion's brain. Her sword is drawn and she's using it to block the construct's fist. Upon taking a closer look at Celeste, the student stares curiously at her.
Construct? I almost made her British. Construct? Stand down.
Acknowledged! Oh, I don't even go here.
I'm terribly sorry for that. I wasn't aware that this was your servant.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Celeste looks angry but puts away her sword without a word. Bodyguard delivers is strong here! If she has a personal attendant, she must be important. Oh my god. Is she stupid? Sorry. Is she stupid? One day we'll get your ass in a Xenoblade. Scary.
I haven't noticed you around campus. Are you a new student?
What? You see an opportunity. Yes, my master just enrolled here recently. What? Celeste gives you a puzzled look, but you make a silent gesture back. That's Dunban over there! After a moment, she seems to realize what you're doing.
Yes, I just started here. I take it you're Miriam Frega. Yes, I'm honored that you recognize me.
Yeah, the uniforms too are very Three Houses.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss... I'm Celeste. Celeste
She catches herself and pauses for an awkward moment.
Steelwind. I'm Celeste Steelwind.
You can't believe her. There's no way she's going to believe...
Steelwind? It's a pleasure to meet another member of such an esteemed house. Must be from a branch family. Maybe I can use her.
Wait, she's actually buying this?
I just moved in the text box.
The text box stitching to Steelwind?
I just moved in, and I thought that I should introduce myself.
My name is Ann Windsor.
Seeing as you're a top student in the field of conjuration.
Conjugation? Conjuration.
Yes.
Well, there's no backing out now. so dumb. Oh my god. Miss Freyga, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about... Excuse me? I don't believe anyone has permitted you to speak. Making her American was funny. Oh, here we go. Celeste is still smiling, but you can faintly hear her grinding her teeth together.
So, we heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. So, Clint. I can't believe it. Yes, it's quite tragic what happened to her. She has always been an acquaintance of House Freyga. The lack of contractions with the, like, bordering on Valley Girl voice is killing me. Oh, I made a choice. I have to go with it. She appears to be more receptive to Celeste. Might be better to let her take the lead on questioning. So, Eris, we heard that you saw her on the day of the murder.
She has always been an acquaintance. It's a nice night for an evening.
Could you tell us more about what happened? Oh, you heard about that from your relative, did you? If you don't mind me asking, why are you so interested? She's not like Arya, is she? Oh, you know, I'm just curious is all. You know how uneventful life can be sometimes. Being a noble and all. Right, tone it down. Oh, is that all? I was worried you were going down the same path as that poor, confused Arya.
What does she mean by that?
But I'm in the middle of a study break anyway. I suppose I have some time to sate your curiosity. Construct, please prepare us some tea. Use that lotus tea we had imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. She could be useful if I can win her favor. Acknowledged! Lotus tea? You have lotus juice?
You feel like you're slowly losing control of this situation. This is stupid.
I heard that you saw the professor on the day of the murder. Where did this happen? I was in the hallway when I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Do you remember what time this happened?
Tyrion, you never had control of the situation.
I'm not really sure, honestly. It's a little embarrassing, but I have a bad habit of getting too absorbed in my work. Sometimes I'll let entire hours pass by without noticing.
Do you have a rough idea, at least?
I think it was in the morning.
She thinks it was in the morning?
But anyways, did anything seem off about her? No, it was a short encounter. Huh. I merely greeted her and she responded in kind. Or at least that's what should have happened.
I thought just now. What does it mean? You slowly glance at Celeste and catch her attention. In small motions, you shake your head to indicate that Miriam is holding something back.
Were you and the professor really on good terms?
Oh my god, hiccup.
I heard she was pretty mean towards the other students. Towards the riffraff, maybe, but not to students like us. She was a great ally to House Freyga. Or at least she used to be. That's why we were planning on appointing her as the new headmaster. Wait, what did you just say? Did you just say that your family was going to appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster? Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know. House Freyga holds several seats on the Academy's board. We were making plans to have her replace that lout, Redmond.
We're going to sack the headmaster?
Did Headmaster Redmond know about this? Oh, of course not. That was part of a large-scale plan. Along with Redmond, we were going to replace all of the staff members with arcane constructs. We had to keep everything under wraps, or else the help would have left prematurely. God. And where would that leave us?
But Jan supposedly overheard Bellwether talking about the constructs. Did Bellwether prematurely reveal the plan? Or was Jan lying about how he found out? She's an AI bro?
But alas, with Bellwether gone, we'll have to delay our plans.
Okay. Headmaster looking a little bit more suspicious.
So, we heard that Arya took your rapier as evidence for the case. Can you believe her? She still won't give it back to me. My father will have my head if I can't get it back soon. How did it even become a part of the investigation anyway? I don't know. Arya won't tell me anything. I swear, if that necromancer was the one who stole it, I'll execute him myself. So someone did steal it from you? Yes, from right out of my room. When did this happen? About a few weeks ago. I noticed when I came back from one of my classes. Someone removed the rapier from its display case in my room.
How did they get into your room in the first place?
Do you think someone used magic to teleport past the door? Please, I'm a master of conjuration magic. If someone attempted that, my enchantments would have shunted them out.
This means the thief came through one of the doors or windows.
I bet it was that necromancer. I'm sure a street child like him just knows how to pick a lock. I heard that you're one of the Academy's top students. Your grades must be amazing. Of course. As an inheritor of House Freyga, my grades are impeccable. It feels good to have my greatness recognized.
Oh! Does she not know? That's strange. You don't see anything contradictory through the eye this time. Does she not know? Is she just, like, completely ignorant? Wait. Okay, no, new theory. My new theory is that Redmond was, like, altering House Freyga's scores. Possibly because he was being threatened by House Freyga. And Bellwether was going to confront him with that. And that's why she had the documents. I'm not sure if he did it. I'm looking at House Freyga still, if not Miriam, then somebody older. Maybe her dad or something? Interesting. Make a gesture towards Celeste to continue pressing her.
Oh, what kind of magic do you study here? You must be joking. I study magic from the School of Conjuration. Just like most members of my house. The School of Conjuration. That's the type of magic that specializes in spatial manipulation and teleportation, right? Yes, I consider myself quite the expert in that field. Why, the Crown Prince himself has asked for my assistance in a research study. And it's nice to work with someone of my caliber.
Again, you don't see any thoughts that contradict what she's saying. Does that mean she's not lying? If she's smart enough to get the Crown Prince's attention, why would she be cheating?
You said something about my wayward relative before. Were you talking about Arya? Oh, I'm terribly sorry if I offended you. But I'm sure it must pain you to see the way that she's been acting lately. Yes, it's been extremely hard.
Hang in there, Celeste.
Did you know that she even interrogated me about the murder yesterday? Can you believe it? A steel wind running around a crime scene like a common night. Why, if I tried something like that, my father would disown me.
Does the nobility not approve of Steelwind becoming a prosecutor? You always thought it is strange. What is motivating her to do this?
Honestly, she probably thinks that she can do anything just because of her betrothed.
Whoa, I know that name. I know that name. Hey, what the fuck?
She probably thinks that she can do anything just because of her betrothed.
Celeste's eyes perk up upon hearing this. You'd be lying if you weren't also curious about who this Aster is. But you shoot her a stern look that tells her to stay focused.
Oh, I want to know.
You can't risk blowing your cover for some gossip. I want to know.
You have an arcane construct in your room. I thought they only had them in the library in the locker room.
This construct was a gift from House Von Sanctus.
I have to say, they're quite convenient to have around. They look really cool. Maybe I should get one. You should.
Construct would be far more useful than this attendant of yours. Yeah, it's the same thing. You!
Unfortunately, there are still some issues with their intelligence. Their intelligence? There are issues with when you give them complex commands. It might be easier to show you.
Miriam turns to the construct and begins gesturing towards it.
Construct, please retrieve my textbooks and bring them here. Then cast Steelwind Strike at this location. After that, retrieve some plates and set them out at this table. Acknowledged! What?
The construct stands up and retrieves Miriam's textbooks from one of the shelves in the room. Whoops. It brings them to the table you're sitting at, just like she ordered. But then it suddenly stops moving.
Wait, what happened? The construct obviously can't cast Steelwind Strike, so my second command was impossible to carry out.
Literally just 5e spells.
But did you notice something else? It ignored your third command, too. Correct. My third command was possible to carry out. So why did it ignore that command?
Constructs execute a series of commands in the order that they are given.
But let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete.
Okay, she's not stupid.
But what the hell?
Yeah, I was gonna say, hold on, let me show the spells. Because, like, Prestidigitation is 5e. What was I gonna say? The components and, like, duration and concentration. Like, Prestidigitation is a cantrip. But in this, it's an indefinite concentration spell, which is cool. Like, the Shape Liquid is a lot more powerful than Shape Water. Major Illusion. Where is Mend Wounds? Necrotic Blight. Like, they're very close to 5e if they're not exactly 5e.
As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in a series of commands is impossible, then that command will interrupt the sequence of commands.
Prestidigitation has been around for a while, but that's not... Yeah. Is Steelwind Strike specifically 5e? Funny. I was gonna say, Steelwind Strike is also because Arya's last name is Steelwind.
Exactly.
Huh. Prestidigitation is also just a word. Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must leave now if we want to make our next engagement.
Oh, right. Let's go, servant. Oh, leaving already? It was a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, sure. I hope to see you around.
You make your way back to the foyer with Celeste. With all the time you spent, you only have a brief amount of time before night falls.
Are you sure you didn't want to talk to her more? We were getting a lot out of her.
We already got a lot of useful information out of her. The more time we spend with her, the more likely she is to see through our ruse.
Right.
So why Steelwind?
I don't know, I panicked. Arya is like the only noble I know.
What about Pierce?
I'm not using that creep's name.
Well, hopefully Steelwind doesn't mind us borrowing your name.
And we got her statement on what she saw that day.
And there's also what she said about her. Oh, I forgot to present Eris. Damn it. Hold on. Now. There's also what she said about her rapier.
I bet she was lying when she said it was stolen. She was probably trying to establish an alibi.
I'm not so sure.
Why do you say that?
Doesn't it feel too obvious? If she was lying about the rapier being stolen, that would imply that she planned all of this in advance. But if she had to choose a murder weapon, why would she choose something that literally has her name on it? I'd understand if the murder was a spur-of-the-moment decision. She might have just used something nearby in this case. But if this was premeditated murder committed by Miriam, that rapier would be the last weapon she would choose.
Right. I guess that makes sense.
There's also the evidence of academic dishonesty. It doesn't match up with what we heard from Miriam.
You mean all that stuff about working with the Crown Prince? She was probably just making things up to look good in front of me.
I have an insight when it comes to things like this. Under normal circumstances, I can usually tell when someone's lying. And a lie as grandiose as that would be something I would definitely see through. People can subconsciously shield themselves from the eye of Horus, even if they don't know about it. When they do that, you usually can't see any thoughts from them. You also saw that she was lying about her encounter with Bellwether. You would have seen dissonant thoughts if she was lying about her grades.
Well, I guess I'll trust your insight. What does this mean?
I don't know. Even with everything we found, I'm still not sure who the real culprit is. At the very least, I think we should still try to pull Miriam onto the stand. If she testifies in court, I might be able to find something I can use. That's a big maybe. You don't play your cards right. You might spook the Fregas enough for them to pay off the judge.
Either way, it's getting late. We'll probably have to turn in soon.
Yeah. You just hope you did enough to acquit Wallace. Damn it. Yes, I would like to save my progress. Oh shit, we're back to trial already. Alright. Court is now resumed for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. It was revealed that the trace of necromancy may not have been left by the defendant. May have been left by a witness who used necromancy to attempt to heal the victim. However, the victim was seen by witnesses well after her time of death. This could only be explained by the defendant using necromancy to animate the victim's body. This leaves the question, where did the murder take place? Does the prosecution have an answer for this?
Based on the testimonies of several witnesses, it is very likely that the murder took place in the library.
Interesting. What led you to this conclusion, Miss Steelwind?
First, I'd like to remind the court where the victim was sighted before the body was found. It began when the victim had a meeting with the headmaster near the center of the building.
I'm telling you, headmaster's looking weirder. Meeting was scheduled for 12 p.m. According to my schedule for that day, our meeting lasted for an hour.
This brings us to the statement of the next witness, a student at the academy.
I might finish this case today. Honestly, yeah. Like, I'm also, like, I'm trying to get through, like, large chunks of this game. Because I would like to not be, concurrently streaming. In part because I don't think I've said it publicly yet, but I'm gonna be out of the country for most of November. So I will not be streaming during that time. Or at least I won't be streaming as often. And I'd really like to, like, wrap up Tyrion Cuthbert before I go. But I also have at least one convention in October, so I know I'm going to have at least one weekend where I'm gone. So I'm trying to get through as much of this game as I can. Ah.
The students saw the victim walking in the hallways. As they were coming out of the headmaster's office, he was heading towards the library. Which means that our first witness saw Bellwether leave the headmaster's office. Presumably, this would have happened after her meeting there. That would time this encounter at around 1 p.m. The other event is the discovery of the body, which was when Valentina Iannis contacted security.
It's doable in that time, yeah.
The five stats are lying on blood in the classroom. Valentina used a communication device to overall pull paper. As we've already established, this event occurred at 3:04 p.m. It's getting cold in my room again. It is once again time for the blanket. But the significance of this time is in what occurred before the body was discovered. The second witness, a member of the cleaning staff, spotted the victim in the West Wing hallway.
The moment they lock over her face and there were shards and dirt everywhere. Only 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body.
This means that this encounter must have happened no later than 2:30 p.m. And this implies that the victim was near the library between 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. According to the defendant's statements, he was in the library during this time period. Furthermore, the time of death was at 2:07 p.m. This means that Mr. Hughes saw the victim's animated body.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Meeting... was time of death, too?
Yes. I feel like it's possible that she died here. I don't know if we would, for the sake of complexity, like, talk about altering the time of death. I wonder if... Oh. Unless... Hold on. Your arcane art is also illusion. Concentration. Hold on, where's your autopsy? Died at 2:01 p.m. Okay, I guess not. I don't know. Thinking about it. Many thoughts. Much to think about. What was the line that I missed? I see. Your deduction certainly tracks, Miss Steelwind. What do you have to say in your defense, Mr. Cuthbert? The prosecution's argument is definitely well thought out, Your Honor. However, it is entirely predicated on the testimonies of all the witnesses involved. Am I cooking? Am I making soup? Have we overcooked something? Who knows? Steelman's deduction has to have a hole somewhere. And since your conversation yesterday, you've had a feeling that Miriam is hiding something. It's soup weather today. If you want to get to the truth, you'll need to drag that out of her through a cross-examination. Your Honor, to test the validity of these claims, the defense would like both of these witnesses to testify. The defense calls Miriam Frege to the stand. Frege?
At the mention of her name, the judge's face turns a bit pale. I had a feeling it would come to this. Do you have any objections, Miss Steelwind? I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Arya.
God damn it, Tyrion.
Very well. Bailiff, please escort Lady Freyga to the stand.
Oh. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the... You little snakes! How dare you deceive me? Oh, it looks like she found out. I had the opportunity to debrief the witness beforehand. Miss McCoy, for the record, I told you to exercise discretion. I did not mean that you should impersonate a member of my family. Yeah, sorry about that. I gave you all the tea that I had imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. I demand that you return it to me. No, you gave them to me. They're legally mine now. This is stupid.
We're in a court of law. I'm not sure what your business with the witness is, Miss McCoy. But I'd ask that you please handle your personal disputes outside of the courtroom. It's legally mine now.
Anyway, Miriam, could you please testify to the court about your encounter with the victim? Very well. I was working on a research project in my dorm room when I decided to take a break. I left my room and went on a walk. That's when I saw Professor Bellwether exiting the headmaster's office. She was walking in my direction, so I greeted her and she responded in kind.
I think that responded in kind is going to be what you need to press.
After that, she headed towards the library. Short time after that, I went back to my room and continued my work.
I see. So it was only a brief encounter.
However brief it was, the witness's testimony verifies two things. One is that Miss Freyga saw the professor exiting the headmaster's office. The other is that she witnessed the victim head toward the library. This gives us a rough timeline of where the victim was before her death.
That does seem consistent. I need to check something. I may have a new theory. Make corpse. Intelligence limited and it cannot speak. The minion can end this spell prematurely, but will only do so if ordered to by the caster. Okay, hear me out. Possible crime. I don't have as much weight in this as the arcane construct thing. Where is the... Hello, scroll down. There we go. Okay. Meeting with Bellwether. He kills her here. Theoretically. He kills her here. No, that doesn't work. Hold on. Okay, so this I think is still the arcane, like the arcane construct illusion. My thought was, what if somebody had killed her, reanimated her as a corpse, and the death that's recorded is that the headmaster killed her in self-defense. I'm also wondering about this. Weeks ago, the headmaster messed up and caused this weird smell. And it's weird. It's weird. Did Bellwether really enter the library that day? You feel like you would have seen her there if she did. We did see her, didn't we? Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. We did see her, but she had that weird verbal response. Did anything seem off about her?
No, but it was a very short encounter. It's not as if we stopped to have a conversation.
You said that you greeted her and she responded. What words did she use? Well, why is that important? Miss Freyga, it's possible that someone used illusion magic that day.
Every detail about the victim's interactions could be important. Well, I bid her good morning, and she said good morning in response. After that, she headed towards the library. Did you see her enter the library? I didn't, but there's not much else in that direction. Where's the map? The library. Headmaster's office is also in that direction, right? Unless she's talking about her coming this way. From the testimony of Jan Hughes, we know that she later came from the library. Even if she didn't enter the library, she was still in that area for more than an hour.
Hold on. I'm trying to piece together the entire thing.
That time in the library, or she was just like in. It's possible she was in the meeting this entire time. I don't know. How long did you leave your dorm room? Only for a few minutes. I try not to let my... Whoa, that's the wrong person. Only for a few minutes. I try not to let my breaks go on for too long. And you didn't see the professor again after your first encounter? No, I did not. Her testimony seems pretty straightforward. But she could still be lying. I'm honestly not sure. We'll just have to focus on our statements about how Bellwether acted. Yeah, I think it's that one statement, but I'm still going to press everything else. Was this research project a part of your schoolwork? It was an independent study to develop a new conjuration spell formula. The project is being sponsored by the Crown Prince himself. Oh. Oh, Arya. I wasn't aware that he was involved in such a study.
She's not engaged to the prince, is she?
Is she? Of course you wouldn't. Did you expect to know every aspect of his life, dear Arya?
You sense a bit of aggression.
If you don't keep an eye on him, House Freyga might just steal him back from you. Oh my god, she is! As if His Highness would align himself with your rapacious family. Our banking houses form the economic infrastructure of our kingdom. But perhaps they'll come to the Steel Ones if he needs to clear a den of goblins.
With all due respect, may we please focus on the matter at hand?
Of course, Your Honor.
Interesting! Woo! And you're sure that you saw her exit the headmaster's office?
Yes, I remember it clearly. I was surprised that she was still meeting with the headmaster at all.
Why do you think I insist that Arya loves trashy romance novels?
You must be talking about how they were plotting to replace him. Arya, do you like somebody? Arya, do you like somebody? Did you interact with the professor at all, Miriam?
Okay, yeah. I bid her good morning. I'm just... Bro, I don't know what to do.
Do you like him?
Bro.
Logic limitation.
Because I feel like I'm too far ahead in my thought process here.
And you're certain that nothing seemed off about her? Yes. Like I said, it was a very short encounter. Why did she say that? It only happened over a few seconds. The witnesses' interactions are not what's important here. What matters is that she witnessed where the victim was coming from and where she went afterward.
I do remember this. Gotta remember what the strat here is. Ooh. Okay.
So the map, hold on. The map is, so the idea is she came from the headmaster's office, walked into the Imperial Library, right? It's possible that she went to the kitchen, I think you could argue, or that she went into the lecture hall. Because she went, I'm pretty sure they're saying she went this way. But there's not much else over here, was what they were saying. She was found in 2B. Hmm.
Objection!
This isn't it. Nope.
Oh. Headed towards the library. Ah, no. Go back. Hmm. Does it really feel like I'm too far ahead in the logic to be like...
Objection!
I'm way too far ahead in the logic. Yeah. Because I'm very stuck on the, it's an arcane construct that said that. But I don't think we've even, like...
Objection!
vaguely touched on that topic yet. Yeah. Okay. See her enter the library. No. Testimony. She came from the library. Okay. Catherine Bellwether. Theodore Redmond has a meeting. 1 p.m. is when she saw her walking. Do I need to press anything else? Last night, Grave murdered Bellwether. I'm kind of just like flat out ignoring time of death right now. Or like pretty much anything before she was in the library. Because we're already like, was she in the library? I don't need to press anything else? Okay. Let me actually like properly look through my evidence then. Okay, autopsy, died at 2:01. That's her reputation. Nobody liked her. Evidence of academic dishonesty. Plagiarism, fraud, bribery. Testimony. Bellwether's plan. He was over on the bench. Not the bench. Okay. Okay, yeah, a few weeks ago for both that and this rapier is also throwing me. Dishonesty construct in the locker room. Where is the locker room? Hold on. Where the hell is the locker room supposed to be? Headmaster activated the Academy's lockdown system in response to receiving a call from security. The call reported that she'd been fatally wounded. Dan's statement, 30 minutes before the twins found the body, Bellwether walked past him. He was in her path, so she shoved him out of the way. She yelled at him to be quiet. I don't think it's this either.
Objection!
Nope. What was the press dialogue for this? Nothing seemed off about her. Why did she say that? Am I on the right statement? Is this where I need to present something? This is not this.
Bro, the headmaster looks really suspicious now, because he can change the... Ooh. Ooh. Which statement? I bid her good morning. Statement 3. Why did she say that is getting me. It is? Okay, what the fuck then? Wait, it wasn't the morning. It totally wasn't the morning. That's why that was weird. Right? Yeah, it's 1 p.m. It's not morning.
Objection!
There we go. Miss Frege, if I recall correctly, you have a habit of getting absorbed in your work. So much so that you'll even lose track of the time of day. Yes, but what does that have to do with my testimony? Earlier in today's proceedings, the prosecutor made the following argument. The first witness saw Bellwether leave the meeting with the headmaster. That would be this encounter at around 1 p.m. Miss Frege, if you had said good morning to the professor, you would have been mistaken. Because that encounter could have only happened during the afternoon. And your point is? Catherine Bellwether was such a bitch that she would have corrected her on it. You said it yourself, Mr. Cuthbert. The witness simply lost track of time. What the witness said isn't what's important here. The significance is in what the professor said in response. She had just come out of a meeting that was scheduled for noon. She would be well aware that it was no longer morning. So why would she respond, good morning? Wouldn't she have corrected the witness? The encounter was extremely short. The victim's mind may have been preoccupied. She could have easily responded to the witness without thinking. I'm going to be honest, I kind of agree with her. It's not hard to believe that they were both confused about the time. It's definitely a stretch. But you still can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. Every time you ask her about how Bellwether acted that day, the eye picks something up. There has to be something there. Enjoy your meal, huh? Miss Frege, you haven't been entirely truthful in your testimony, have you? That's absurd. What reason would I have to lie? It's such a small detail, why does he even care? Every detail about how she acted is important, Miss Frege. What aren't you telling us? Mr. Cuthbert, you have no basis to accuse the witness of perjury. Yes, you will stop this at once. Miss Frege, you're lying about how Bellwether responded to your greeting, aren't you? It doesn't make a difference. All she did was yell at me. All she did was yell? Miss Frege, is it possible that Bellwether's response was less than friendly? What do you care? What difference does it make? Why is he being so persistent? My job is to make sure every part of your testimony is truthful. Every detail matters, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Mr. Cuthbert, you will stop this or I will find you in contempt. The professor yelled at you, didn't she, Miss Frege? So what if she did? I mean... I'm sorry, but there's no going back on what you just said. So you do admit that she yelled at you? Ugh, you impertinent little... Yes, I admit it. The professor didn't greet me back that day. Oh, good morning, Professor. Be quiet.
This is a good sprite.
She yelled at me to be quiet.
The same pre-recorded message.
But until then, we had always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood. But that's it. Everything else I said was the truth. You'll believe me, right? I did see her come out of the headmaster's office and walk towards the library. That part is true.
So she wasn't lying about that.
So is that all, Mr. Cuthbert?
What do you mean, is that all?
You badgered this witness all so you could prove what exactly?
The witness committed perjury.
The witness changed a small detail of her testimony. A detail that is inconsequential to the case. It was clearly an act with no malicious intent.
After seeing her thoughts, it's hard to disagree with that. You were so sure that the eye would lead you somewhere. But Frege was only lying to save face.
The witness saw the victim leave the headmaster's office and head towards the library. Do you have any concrete evidence to refute that, Mr. Cuthbert?
No, I suppose I don't.
Wait, is this really okay? At this rate, this will be the only chance you have to cross-examine her.
I don't think she's lying anymore. But you still have a right to cross-examine her. I was really pushing my luck earlier. If I continue pressing her, the judge might actually charge me with contempt. But if Miriam isn't the one that's lying, then... The defense has no further questions for the witness, Miss Steelwind. Yes, it does! The prosecutor stays silent for a while. He almost looks disappointed.
Very well. Miriam, you are dismissed.
Miriam still looks like she's fuming, but she leaves the room without protest. Huh. Judge breathes a sigh of relief as the young noble is escorted out of the room.
Now with that out of the way, what else do you have, Mr. Cuthbert?
The only way to refute the prosecutor's theory is to cast doubt on one of the witnesses. If it was Miriam, then... Steelwind, to test your theory, we must question every witness that saw the victim that day. So with that said, the defense would like to call Jan Hughes to the stand.
I hope you understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your entire case rests on the assumption that one of the witness accounts is incorrect. If your cross-examination of Mr. Hughes leads nowhere, then I hope you're ready to concede.
You don't like the sound of it, but she's right. Unless you can find something in Jan's testimony, you won't really have anything to disprove her theory.
Bailiff, please bring in Mr. Hughes.
Sleepy.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom. Witness, name and occupation.
Right. My name is Jan Hughes. I'm on the cleaning staff of the Academy.
Mr. Hughes, please testify to the court about the encounter with the professor that day.
Sure. I saw the professor when I was cleaning the West Wing hallways. It was about 20 to 30 minutes before the body was discovered. She walked by me, but she looked pretty out of it. I heard she was undead when this happened. Pretty creepy if you ask me. After that, she went into the empty classroom, but she wasn't undead because she talked to you. Well, that was straightforward.
Come on, Jan, what are we supposed to do with that?
I don't know. You guys are the lawyers. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, doing this one first. Did anything else look off about her? I mean, yeah, she was an undead after all. That remains to be proven. You say so. Anyway, what was her demeanor like? It looked like she was in a bad mood. Either that or she was tired. But I guess she was just dead inside. Literally. I believe you've forgotten a few details about what the professor did. Yeah? Sorry, it's hard to remember with these things sometimes. Which detail should you ask him for? Did she make any sounds? Did you hear her make any sounds? Oh, yeah. After she knocked over the vase, she yelled at me to be quiet. I didn't even say anything.
This detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Hughes.
Whatever you say, man.
Which is pretty creepy because she yelled at me. I cannot speak.
Objection!
Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words?
I think she yelled at me to be quiet.
What?
Thought it was weird. I didn't even say anything. I know better than to talk back there. The yawns are real, chat.
That's the thing, Hughes. The prosecution's theory is as such. The professor was murdered in the library and was reanimated using animate corpse. With a quick illusion spell, no one would notice that she was undead. However, if what you saw was truly the undead Bellwether, how did she speak to you?
Huh?
This doesn't make any sense. Mr. Hughes, undead can follow simple orders, but they don't have the intelligence to speak. Perhaps the witness was mistaken.
No, I'm sure I heard her yell at me. I remembered because what she said didn't make any sense.
Exactly. He didn't say anything, but she still yelled at him to be quiet. Wait a minute.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already established that the victim was dead long before her encounter with Mr. Hughes. But if what he saw wasn't an undead, what was it?
It had to be an undead. What other explanation is there?
Yay, I finally get to say it! It couldn't have been a major illusion. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to shove Jan out of the way or knock over the vase. Whatever it was, someone probably used illusory disguise to make it look like Bellwether.
Does that mean it was a person?
No, if it was a person, how did Bellwether's body end up in the lecture hall? Bellwether wouldn't have been able to turn herself invisible if she was dead. Whatever Jan saw, it needs to be something that could have transported Bellwether's body unseen. It would have also needed to have a mass and the ability to speak. Yeah, finally! Or at the very least, it needs to be something that can recreate Bellwether's voice. What could have done that? Yeah.
That's it.
I love them both looking at each other with the jump scare sprite right now, being just like, oh my god. I swear she figured it out at the same second that we did. You have an answer for us, Mr. Cuthbert. I'm so excited. I was really excited about this theory. What did the witness actually see? Your Honor, the witness didn't actually hear the dead victim speaking. What he actually heard was her voice being recreated using magic.
Are you trying to say that her voice was recreated using a spell?
Not a spell, Sealwind. It was artificery. And whoever the murderer is, they had the perfect piece of artificery available to them. One programmed with Catherine Bellwether's voice. This is my metal detector.
You can't possibly mean...
Fuck, this being the method of murder the moment the arcane construct was entered into our notes. Yeah. I've been holding on to this theory for so long. And they don't let you, like, bring it up earlier, so I'm just like, please, please. I want to tell... It's the arcane construct. The one in the locker room is still, like, in my brain also. Is like, why is that one there? That's right, Stillwind. What Mr. Hughes saw was an arcane construct. An arcane construct? Think of it as a magically animated suit of armor, Your Honor. Also, all of the illusion spells having no auditory components, when we know that illusion magic can be used for auditory, like, effects. Like, nobody's in, like, a compendium. I'm sure there are spells that, actually, Major Illusion might be able to do it. No, that's purely visual. Purely visual, yeah. I do think it's a little silly for Major Illusion to have no, like, auditory option. But, facts of opportunity. But yeah, all of the spell compendium that is like relevant to the case, not having any auditory illusory magic, is like pretty like it's a pretty obvious way to include the arcane construct. Okay. Think of it as a magically animated suit of armor, Your Honor. But we ruled out such a possibility, hadn't we? Construct or not, no one could disguise themselves and carry the body to the classroom. A person wouldn't have been able to do it. But arcane constructs are a different thing entirely. Those suits of armor are extremely large, but more importantly, they're hollow. Oh, that's freaky. I love this. See. That means that theoretically someone could have placed the victim's body inside it. The arcane construct wouldn't just transport the body. With an illusory disguise, it would also confuse and mislead anyone who saw it.
Objection!
I commend your deduction, Mr. Cuthbert. I would have never considered that possibility.
Bullshit, I'm choosing to believe that you did figure that out.
It's certainly plausible, but what does this prove exactly?
It proves that the body wasn't animated using necromancy. My client isn't the murderer.
The defendant is still capable of performing all of the acts that you described.
Yeah, it could only work in this or like a sci-fi setting. My other thing with this is... Oh no. My other thing with these spells is that, like... I know, theoretically, like, oh, illusory disguise is like, it has to be on a target, and major illusion is freestanding, and that distinction is important for the case. But, like, if this were, say, a D&D setting, I don't see any reason that major illusion can't just be placed on top of the arcane construct. Oh, actually, you know what it would be? Is that, no, that's still, like, I don't see why invisibility couldn't be part of that major illusion. But I guess this one specifies invisibility, and this one, like, I guess you could very easily explain that away as, like, yeah, if you try to put a major illusion on top of a target, it, like, clips through it instead of making it invisible.
His compendium contains illusory disguise after all.
After all. There were several students in the library that day. Any of them could have committed the murder.
One might come to that conclusion if they didn't have one crucial piece of evidence.
My water bottle.
I'd like to present a new piece of evidence to the court.
From under her table, you see Miss Steelwind pull out the bloody rapier. What is that?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the murder weapon.
Yeah, Arya.
She was saving that for the perfect moment, wasn't she? This rapier was reported stolen by Miriam Frege weeks before the murder. And during the investigation, it was finally found in the defendant's locker.
Wait.
Oh, fuck. He was clearly trying to use one of her possessions in a paltry attempt to frame her. Why, he even stole her locker's nameplate and placed it over his.
Big Top audio drama is done. Yippee! Congratulations. And also thank you, Max. It'll be on podcast feeds. Path feeds. It'll be on podcast feeds as soon as Diana uploads it. Yeah. Woo! Diana, in the middle of the stream, actually, like, while we were talking about Dragon Age, sent me Dragon Age fan art. Damn it, that's not what happened. But honestly, it sounds more plausible than what really took place.
We're basically back to square one, aren't we?
Yes! I've known what the murder method was for, like, since last stream, or like whatever the first stream of this case was. I think it was the last stream. Like, I've known what the murder method was, and I finally got a chance to say it. Good lord.
Anyone could have told that construct to do all those things.
Wait,
anyone? Is that really true? No, it couldn't have. Construct transported the professor's body, and someone used an illusion to make it look like her. Sounds like my first time playing 2-1. Yeah. They even used a pre-recorded voice to make the illusion more convincing. Me with Great Ace Attorney 1-1, I was convinced that the bit was there isn't poison in the liquid, there's poison in the vessel. And I was like sure that was it the entire time, and I ended up getting something wrong because of it. Who ordered the construct to hide the body? It has to be you. Voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy headmaster. It must be, right? There's no penalty for getting it wrong. I almost clicked the wrong old man. Sorry, Aurum. Several memories flood back to you. Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words? I think she yelled at me to be quiet. She yelled at me to be quiet. But until then, we had always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood. Be quiet! Sorry. Be quiet! Paris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. Paris. The construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings. No, it can't be him. What is it, Tyrion? Did you figure something out? I did. But is he seriously the one behind all of this? Miss Steelwind, earlier you said that my client could have orchestrated this entire ruse. No, okay, because I literally have, like, motive, means, opportunity, like, means, motive, opportunity. Like, motive-wise, they were planning to fire the headmaster and replace him with Bellwether. So he totally has, yeah, her last name sure is interesting. They were planning on firing Headmaster Theodore Redmond and replacing him with Bellwether. So if he killed her, she couldn't, like, oust him from his position. If the headmaster wanted to frame House Freyga, like, the Freygas and I'm pretty sure the Freygas and Bellwether had a good relationship. So that would also get, like, one of the problems is that, So the, Freyga, yeah, House Freyga is the one that was planning to fire the headmaster. So, like, he would both implicate House Freyga and get rid of Bellwether. So that's good. The other thing was, where the fuck is her? The academic dishonesty. We know that, like, Miriam fully has the abilities, or thinks she has the abilities, to be a conjuration prodigy. But Bellwether was in possession of, like, evidence that there was bribery, plagiarism, fraud. So, like, my running bit here is that, go back up, is that Guy McDude here has been either blackmailed into, like, making House Freyga look good, or, like, otherwise has a reason to. My guess is that he was being blackmailed by a higher level, like maybe Miriam's dad, into changing her grades and, like, reception of her in, like, in the classroom to make it seem like she was a better spellcaster than she was. And also, where the fuck is it? Even with this testimony, like, knowing that this was an illusion, the last person to see her was the headmaster. So, just thinking. Just thinking. Anyway. Miss Steelwind, earlier you said that my client could have orchestrated this entire ruse. But that's simply not true. How so? Anyone could have ordered the construct... Hiccup. Anyone could have ordered the construct to carry out the victim's body. Also, the other thing being, the headmaster is the one who sounded the alarm. So if he had killed her, put the body into the construct, moved the construct into the lecture hall where she was eventually found. Oh no, wait, go back. Into the lecture hall where she was found. And then there's like, how long is the gap between? The only thing that's like messed up right now is time of death. But if he even like briefly reanimated her, is my running theory, or if the time of death is just straight up wrong. That could have thrown that off. The only thing that I can't figure out is why this like mistake. There was an alchemy mistake that caused like the entire place the body was found smells bad. My guess is to cover up the smell of the body. Because if there had been class that day, maybe. There could be... This construct is in the locker room also. The construct in the locker room has to have a reason that it's there. And I can't figure out why or how exactly. Because I also don't know where the locker room is. This storage closet also piques my interest. But my guess is that he messed that up early. Because if it was the headmaster... Do you guys like my conspiracy board here? If it was the headmaster, he had time to plan this out, because also he overheard a few weeks ago that he was going to be fired and replaced with Bellwether. A few weeks ago, they stole Miriam Frega's sword. So I am thinking, when was this? A few weeks ago, he made this mistake, which was like noted to be uncharacteristic for him. And the smell has been lingering that entire time. I don't think she's been dead for weeks. But I also know that the arcane construct, like I think the Bellwether that we ran into was an arcane construct. Because she responded weirdly when we talked to her. So I don't know how long she's been dead. It's been a while though. I think she could have been dead this early. Time of death is like the only thing I can't figure out. Only one individual has credentials. Theodore Redmond, headmaster of the Imperial Academy. Wait, you're not serious, are you? Also, I'm never gonna get through this part of the trial. Also, Eris said you'd be surprised what lengths people will go through when you push them too far. Like the headmaster, by all means, has been a good person who wants to do right by like the commoners who are mages, instead of just letting the nobility rule over everyone and have all of the power and magic. It is. You okay, Tyrion? You've just been staring at his face for like 10 minutes. Like, he totally has the motive. And, like, if he has been pushed too far, possibly by blackmail from House Freyga, like, this could be his breaking point. Although, if House Freyga was trying to put Bellwether in his position, I don't know why. Unless Bellwether has been... I'm never gonna get through this part of the trial, guys. Unless Bellwether had this document on her person because she had stolen it back from the headmaster, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. You think the headmaster did all this? I don't want to believe it. But he's the only person who could have done it. That's completely ridiculous. Headmaster Redmond would never do something like this. Miss Steele went, there's one common element between each of the witnesses' encounters with Miss Bellwether. It's what Bellwether said to them. I'm cooking, Celeste. She yelled at both of them to be quiet. Miriam Frege was particularly surprised. She had a good relationship with the professor. But when greeted by the professor, Bellwether just shouted at her. Almost as if the professor was responding indiscriminately. And recall her encounter with Jan Hughes. The professor knocked over a vase and shouted at him to be quiet immediately after. Even though he hadn't said anything. She was responding to the sound of the vase breaking.
Yeah, the headmaster.
Now let me ask you this, Steelwind. Where did Bellwether come from before she encountered Miss Frege and Mr. Hughes? The meeting with the headmaster.
Yeah, time of death is the only thing I can't really figure out. I don't think we have this man's spell compendium. But I think it might also be possible. One, he knew Wallace was being taught and or was teaching Wallace directly. So the headmaster may have the necromancy in his own spell compendium. Or the sadder option that I don't want to be true is that he forced Wallace to do it. Ugh. It appears that the defense truly means to indict Theodore Redmond. If so, we have no choice but to take a brief recess until he can be brought here. There's no need. You're already here, aren't you? Fortunately for you, I'm already in the gallery. The headmaster stood up from the gallery seats behind you and slowly walked onto the witness stand. Has he been here the entire time? Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. But do you think I am the one who committed this crime? I'm sorry, Redmond. But no matter how I look at it, everything I found points to you. No, there's no need to apologize. In fact, I should commend you on the lengths that you're going to defend dear Wallace.
The court appreciates your understanding, Mr. Redmond.
Ooh. Now then, to clear the air, I suppose I should give my testimony on what happened that day. All right. That day I had a meeting scheduled with the professor at noon. We showed up at the expected time, and we discussed various administrative matters. His case is really good. Our meeting went on for an hour, after which she left to prepare for her next class. It's also if he did do it, and his motive is what I think it is. I'm scared to indict him because the nobility is going to place someone like Bellwether in his place if we arrest him. Like, the school is going to go further under the thumb of the nobility. Oh, God. Our meeting went on for an hour, after which she left to prepare for her next class. Despite our many disagreements, plural, woo, we still knew how to be civil with one another. After all, I had no reason to bear a personal grudge against her. That's bullshit. I know a reason you had a personal grudge against her.
I just can't see it. He seems like such a nice person. Is he really the person we're looking for?
He has to be. No one else could have orchestrated this entire plot. You just need to find out how and why. I'm just gonna go straight for it. Ah, no, wait. I meant to present. Really? Even after the way she's acted towards the students and faculty? Make no mistake, I've heard many complaints regarding her actions. And I've had many conversations with her to try and correct her behavior. But at the end of the day, she was a remarkable professor. Regardless of her lack of people skills.
His testimony pretty much matches what we know so far.
I'm not entirely sure if he's lying or not. At the very least, we know that he was involved in the professor's murder. This, too, is the Grade A's attorney. But why? You can figure out his motive, you might be able to find out how to reveal him to the court. Okay, go back to that statement. Frego was planning to fire Headmaster Theodore, yep.
Objection!
Redmond. Did you really hold no animosity towards Professor Bellwether? The professor. Of course not. Yaddy. I did have strong opinions about her methods of teaching. But I always remained professional. We both did. Frankly, I find that hard to believe. In fact, I think you might have had a very good reason to murder the professor. Considering that she was going to take your job. The professor. What? Oh, you knew about that.
I'm sorry, but I don't follow. Just how was the professor going to take the headmaster's job?
According to Miriam Frege, Catherine Bellwether was currying favor with the noble families. In fact, there was a plan to oust Mr. Redmond and appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster of the academy. What? But in any case,
I doubt the headmaster had any idea of this until now.
I'd like to remind the court of the witness's reaction just now. He said, "So you knew about that." His reaction was one of surprise. But he wasn't surprised by the information. He was surprised that I knew this information.
That's...
Please, dear Arya. I may be a frail old man, but I'm perfectly capable of defending myself. Oh, I feel bad for Arya, too, because I think, he must have a good relationship with the headmaster. If you have an explanation, Mr. Redmond, then by all means, I'd love to hear it. Gladly. It is true. The music's getting faster. It is true that I knew about the Frege's plot beforehand, but I had only just learned about it. On the day of the murder, the professor told me about her plan. She was going to replace me as headmaster and replace the staff with her arcane constructs. Now, you might say that this would have given me the perfect motive to murder the professor. However, the supposed murder weapon was stolen from Miss Frege. This happened weeks before the murder and my discovery of the professor's treachery. Yeah, the testimony intense is true. I had no knowledge of their plan before she told me, and therefore I wouldn't have known to steal Miss Frege's weapon in an attempt to frame her.
Are you satisfied now, Mr. Cuthbert? There is no way that the headmaster could have come up with this plan. If he really did do this, that means he stole the rapier too, right?
Most likely.
His alibi makes sense. He couldn't have planned this whole thing unless he knew about Bellwether's plans. That would mean he knew about this weeks ago. But how did he even find out?
Best way to tell a convincing lie is to leave a lot of truths and only change one detail. Maybe Bellwether did tell him, but she actually told him weeks ago. Yeah, we know that. The question is, how do you prove that? Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Yeah, she revealed it a few weeks ago, like we already have that. Sorry, I'm not pressing anything.
Objection!
Oh, that's not... Really? So, you only heard about it recently? Doesn't that seem a bit too convenient for you? They appear that way, yes. But... Oh, this one's weird. Okay. Like, we have proof of that. Is it on this one? It was my understanding that the Fregas wanted to keep this a secret until the very end. Why would Bellwether, of all people, tell you about her betrayal? I imagine she wanted to taunt me with that information. Ooh. We've long had our disagreements, and looking back, she may have resented me for that. And at that point, there wasn't anything I could do to stop her. Really? I thought you and the professor were on good terms. I thought so too, but I suppose it was all a facade. She was just biding her time until she could take my position as headmaster.
He had to have known about Bellwether's betrayal weeks ago.
How do we prove it?
Objection!
That is also not it. What? Do I have anything else to prove that? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this is odd because we know, according to Jan, like, he overheard this happening a few weeks ago. So how do we prove that? Is it on this one? Okay, yeah, we had to go against on the day of the murder. Redmond, you keep saying that you didn't know about Bellwether's plot before yesterday, which resulted in me presenting the same evidence on 3 different pieces of dialogue. Do you still plan on standing behind that claim? Of course. Of course I am. Because it's the truth. I'm sorry, Redmond, but you should really close your doors during your meetings. What? Yeah. It is true that Bellwether revealed her plan to you during one of your meetings. In fact, Jan Hughes happened to overhear that same meeting. But he only overheard the part where the staff would be replaced. Ooh. And that's the strangest part, Redmond. According to Mr. Hughes, this meeting occurred weeks ago.
You can't accuse the headmaster of perjury based on a rumor. Everything you just said is based on secondhand information.
Yeah, it definitely should have just been a single evidence presentation prompt, not like... Or like it should have worked on any one of those. Or he should have, like, they should have limited his, like... Well, I wouldn't have known about it to, like, 1 dialogue, but it's fine. Mr. Hughes distinctly overheard that the staff would be replaced with arcane constructs. That is too specific and too accurate to assume that he misheard a different conversation.
The professor probably only revealed her plan for the arcane constructs. That still doesn't prove that he knew about her treachery beforehand.
Professor Bellwether had no authority over the cleaning staff's employment. It wouldn't make sense for her to just reveal her plan for the arcane constructs. That would only make sense if he knew that Bellwether would be taking his job. So tell me one thing, Redmond. Why did you find the need to lie about this? Is it because you saw a need to protect yourself from my accusations? Redmond, I asked you a question. Did you murder Catherine Bellwether? Ooh! Okay, the killer moment. What a fine mess this is.
Headmaster.
So you truly plan on pushing this, are you? That's not grammatically correct. Well, your thesis sounded promising, Mr. Cuthbert. But I believe your arguments could use a little work. Okay, bitch, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. You think I killed Catherine Bellwether. Me. I am an elderly man in his late 80s. I can barely walk, much less wield a rapier. Street Fighter moments. Wait, I actually don't know what we're supposed to present. Construct? Construct. But you and Bellwether weren't the only people in that room, were you? I stand. You needed the arcane construct to carry Bellwether's body. That means that the construct would have already been in your office. And with your privileges, you could have easily programmed the construct to stab Bellwether for you. Even so, think about what would have transpired afterward. Recall Miss Steelwind's timeline of Bellwether's witnesses. With your theory, the construct would have spent more than an hour in the library. Having it there would have risked my so-called ruse from the beginning from being discovered. Luckily, Lady Freyga can't tell night from day. Use this against claims that... I feel like logic. Redmond, what you're saying clearly doesn't match with what you're thinking. Whoops, I fucked up. Choice to have violin, choir, and electric guitar. Yeah. I fucked up. What could you possibly know that I'm thinking? Oops. Whoopsie. No one else knows about the Eye of Horus. Okay, wait. Oh, sorry, I fucked up the gameplay. The timing deduced from Miss Freyga's testimony is predicated on one thing. She saw Miss Bellwether exit your office after your meeting. However, if we assume that you're lying about when this meeting ended, your entire argument falls apart. Miss Freyga would have encountered Bellwether after her death at 2:01 p.m. Miss Freyga wouldn't have made a mistake like that. Oh, wait, let me look at that again. Freyga, oh, so she just did an oopsie. And that is how we fix the time of death issue. Yes. Miss Freyga thought it was morning when she saw Bellwether. She can't reliably tell the time. But what about where the rapier was placed? If I really was the murderer, then that would mean I planted the weapon in young Wallace's locker. Several of the students had lockers there that I had access to. Wallace is one of my prized students. If I had to frame anyone, he would be the last person I chose. He tried to frame Freyga, not realizing whose locker that was. How the fuck do I say that? Is it this? Yeah, it was her ID number. That wasn't her locker. You're right, Mr. Redmond. A significant part of this case is just that one of the witnesses is just shit at telling time. She's just like me, for real. You wouldn't try to frame Wallace. But you would try to frame Miriam Freyga. It would have been the perfect act of revenge, wouldn't it? You murder your treacherous coworker and frame the daughter of the family that helped her. But something went wrong, didn't it, Redmond? The labels on Wallace's locker and Miriam's locker were switched. Anyone who saw that would have easily mixed them up. I am the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. I have records of all the students' lockers and where they're located.
If I truly planned this, I would have known where Wallace's locker was. Simple change in labels wouldn't have led me to make a careless mistake like that. Maybe the construct did it? Because you weren't in there. But it wasn't you, was it? Your arcane construct was the one who planted the rapier in the locker. I bet you commanded it to place this rapier in the locker of Miriam Frege. But it saw the ID number on Wallace's locker and assumed that it was Miriam's. Redmond begins desperately stammering, looking for something to say. Miss Steelwind, say something! What? Oh. Mr. Cuthbert, your theory may be plausible, but there's no evidence to support it. Ah, that's right. You don't have any proof, do you? Saying that I could have committed the murder isn't the same as proving that I did it. There's no evidence of your orders? Is it this? No, that's not right. Oops. Evidence that would track orders given. Wait, what was the thing? Some sort of evidence that would track the orders given to him. There's like logs of it, right? Command log must be cleared regularly, yeah. No! No evidence of your order because you cleared them. But also, how do I say that? How am I supposed to? What the fuck? What? What am I supposed to present? What do you mean? What do you mean? What am I actually supposed to present? Hold on. There's no evidence of my orders? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's a spell. Because if it's not that the arcane constructs have a log that is cleared. Lockdown system? Oh. I've presented the arcane construct itself because it has a command log. And I've presented that the headmaster was the one who issued the lockdown. Because he's saying there's no evidence, like there's no proof of his commands. But, like, there's command logs. Logic limitation. I don't think it's this yet. We've also got a lot of evidence right now. I think you remember it. Is it just the construct in the locker room? I wouldn't think so, but... Evidence in the locker. It's obviously my attorney's badge. It's not that. Chat help. Chat help. Oh wait. No?
It is the one in the locker room? I can try it. Okay, yeah, it is. Your arcane construct is still in the locker room where it planted the rapier. I think you should have been able to present the arcane constructs in general, but all we have to do is take a look inside it and we'll see blood inside. Oh. I didn't realize that was what we were trying to prove. Okay, so we're, like, the thing we were trying to prove was not prove that the command was issued, it was prove that a body was put inside the construct, I see. That's so, Mr. Cuthbert. What? Why does he still look so confident? No, Mr. Cuthbert, I already checked the inside of that construct during my investigation. The interior was completely clean. Okay, maybe my reanimated dead theory can still win. Maybe she was a zombie when he put her in there. What? The construct's primary function is to assist and clean, dear Tyrion. They have a function that allows them to clean themselves, inside and out. Well, we can still look at its command history, right? Think about it, Mr. Cuthbert. Do you honestly think that the murderer would leave behind evidence like that? I'm sure that whoever orchestrated this plot, they ordered the construct to wipe its logs when it was finished. Okay. That's fair. No. That's right, Mr. Cuthbert. Your case against me is theoretical at best. But I suppose I can still give you marks for trying. The teacher bits are fun. Damn it. He thought of everything. Was he seriously able to get rid of all the evidence? You're running out of options. But you still have one tool left. Ha! It's unbecoming to glare like that, young Tyrion. He's doing it again. Oh god, she noticed. Bring yourself back to that moment with Garrick Pierce. Think about what's at stake for Wallace. It's like you did with Celeste. His life and his future are in your hands.
Naught can remain concealed.
The lagging is killing me. You activated the empowered eye again. Redmond did a good job of covering his tracks. But there has to be something that he forgot to get rid of. It's not a key piece of evidence here, but you can get some clarifying info if you throw the chemical spill at him. Oh, okay. That's fun. I'm gonna do it. I wonder, did I leave any other pieces of evidence behind? I was far too reckless. But I needed some way to keep that lecture hall empty. Ah, I see. That's what it was for. Oh, right. He must have botched the alchemy experiment on purpose to keep the lecture hall cleared. That doesn't really tell you anything you can use right now. That makes more sense. Okay. Construct. Construct's orders were clear. Plant the body in lecture hall 2B. And then plant the evidence in Frega's locker. It was supposed to head to the storage room afterwards. There's the storage room. What happened? Interesting. The construct wasn't supposed to be in the locker room. Constructs were... Oh, it's the same thing. Nope, same thing. Okay. I did everything I could to cast doubt on Frega's brat. Oh, he might have forged that. I can't believe Valerie placed a trace of necromancy on the body. Did you employ the poor Iana sisters to do this for you? To make matters worse, the construct placed the evidence in the wrong locker. So he did send the construct to the locker room to plant the evidence. He must have also fabricated the documents that accused Frega of cheating. It was all to make her look like the murderer. But this doesn't give you anything to work with. Sword. No, same thing. Yeah, it's nice that there is a place that spells it out.
I had to do everything I could to shift guilt away from myself. Did I leave any holes in my alibi? No. I accounted for everything. There's no way I left any evidence behind. Illusion magic, right? Why am I thinking of this now? That piece of evidence didn't evoke any useful thoughts from him. Try projecting something related to the construct's actions. Oh, well, thank you for the hint, game. Construct's actions. Oh! Ugh, my head. Stress from this trial must be giving me a migraine. That's strange. Why can't you make him think about Eris? That's fun. Well, you suppose that it doesn't matter. This is all the nobility's fault. This whole time they were plotting to throw me out. It's their fault that Bellwether is dead, not mine. Her blood is on the hands of the Fregas and the Steel Winds. Steel Winds? Interesting. No, that's not useful. Constructs of actions we already did. Unless this one? Why was the construct in the locker room, though? There we go. It shouldn't have been there if it had followed my orders. No matter. It wiped its logs. They have nothing on me. Though he did order it to wipe its logs. In order to cover all of its tracks, it probably would have done this last. So what was the impossible thing you ordered it to do that made it stop? He ordered the construct to go to the storage room? It would have done that after it was finished planting evidence in the locker room. But we found it in the locker room. What stopped the construct from leaving the locker room? No, that's not right. Redmond clearly didn't intend for the construct to end up in the locker room. Someone or something must have interfered with it. Oh. The vase? No. Okay, so wait, hold on. Let me double check what the orders were. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. There we go. Plant the body in Lecture Hall 2B. Plant evidence in Frega's locker. Then head to the storage room. What was the problem? It's not just because it was the wrong locker, was it? No. Someone or something must have interfered with it. My attorney's badge. Oh. No. The fact that it's not this is annoying to me. Give me a second. I don't know where the locker room is. I already tried this one, right? I wonder if something interfered with it. No. Hmm.
So it was move body, plant evidence, go to storage room. There was a problem with go to storage room, right? Like that's the command that had a problem.
Hmm. Hmm.
And it wasn't the sword. I just spent time in the library? No. No. Someone or something must have interfered. No. Ah, what did I do? Oh! Oh, I scared myself. Oh, the body was reported too early. I see. This means he probably started the lockdown before the construct was finished in the locker room. How did the lockdown affect its actions? Trigger's body was destroyed by Steelwind. Wallace's... Bellwether's body was planted... No. Regus rapier was planted... Wallace by the lockdown? By Redmond. The lockdown was interrupted by the lockdown. Redmond's series of commands was in... Right. The series of commands would have been interrupted. Wait a minute.
Constructs execute a series of commands in the order that they're given. But let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in a series of commands is impossible, then that command will interrupt the entire series.
The construct's final command was to wipe its memory. But if its orders were interrupted by the lockdown, then... Oh my god, it still has the... It still has the logs. Miss Steelwind, I have nothing more to ask this witness.
What? You're not giving up, are you?
Do you even have to ask?
Yeah, I thought so. But how are you going to prove he did it if he's not testifying?
Don't worry, the next witness's testimony will be all I need.
Next witness? That look on your face isn't one of defeat. Just what are you planning?
That is also not what I thought that like section of the game was about. I thought we were trying to prove like what interrupted. Like I didn't think that the body was discovered too early. I was like a person or like something was wrong with the command itself was how I thought that was going.
That look on your face isn't one of defeat. Just what are you planning?
It's nothing but desperate bravado. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to fade into the background.
You've let your quarry get away, Mr. Cuthbert. I hope you know what you're doing.
I do, Miss Steelwind. First, I'd like for the Inquisition to bring in the Arcane construct in the Academy's locker room.
We've already established that the murderer could have wiped its history.
Please, just humor me for a second, Miss Steelwind.
Very well. Bailiff, please relay Mr. Cuthbert's request to Commander White.
It's just sitting there.
Well, here's your construct. I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Cuthbert.
Construct.
What are your orders? Please recite your command history. Reporting. Command 1. Stand by in Headmaster's office. Command 2. Await vocal signal, attack from Theodore Redmond. You hear Redmond stand up from the gallery. Seeing this, the prosecutor watches him and carefully clutches the handle of her cane. Command 3. Treat Catherine Bellwether as a hostile entity and neutralize. Construct, wipe your... I don't know how to pronounce that. But also, it's very fun that her cane is her arcane focus. Arcane focus. Before he can finish his sentence, the prosecutor points her cane at the headmaster. Magical energy shoots from it and collides directly with him. The magic wreaths around his body and stops him from moving. So true hold person is hold. He's clearly trying to struggle against it, but it looks like he can't even move his mouth. Miss Steelwind. Excuse the interruption, please continue. Command 4. Await vocal signal, leave, from Theodore Redmond. Command 5. Move to classroom 2B. Reply to any inquiries with voice line number 3. Command 6. Remove Catherine Bellwether from interior frame and place on floor. Thank you, Construct. You can stop now. I think we all know the rest. But just to be clear, who gave you the series of commands? Commands were provided by Headmaster Theodore Redmond. How? How? I ordered the construct to wipe its command history. Mr. Redmond, constructs don't follow the same logic that humans do. They're prone to error when their commands are impossible to execute. They're like printers. They work like printers. Impossible? In what way were my commands impossible? You were the one that made it impossible. You activated the lockdown system. A lockdown? The body was found earlier than you'd like. You had no choice but to immediately activate the lockdown system when it was reported. Not the arcane printers. However, the construct was still in the locker room when you did this. So that's why it was there. The construct finished its tasks in the locker room, but then it tried to follow your next command. It tried to move to the storage room, but it was prevented from doing so. Completion of that command was impossible. So, the series of commands was stopped before it wiped its history. You little... Theodore Redmond, you ordered your construct to murder Catherine Bellwether. Then you had it place the murder weapon in a locker to frame Miriam Frege. Oh dear. No, I'm on the wrong page. And we have your construct's testimony to prove it. And that's checkmate. I can't believe it. Old man didn't know how to use computers. Old man specifically did not know how to use printers. How could you do something like this, Headmaster? He was going to take everything from me. My position, my academy, my students. Everything would be gone. It was going to be stolen by her and the Fregas. Oh, this theme being a rearrangement of the... Ooh. Didn't you say anything to me? I could have... Don't you dare stand there and act ignorant, Lady Steelwind. Do you think the Fregas acted alone? Your father was a part of this plot too. What? I have nothing to say to you. I thought you were different. I listened to your lies about societal reform. In the end, you were just like the rest of the aristocracy. This too is redacted from the Great Ace Attorney. By the scaled lord, what have I done? I was even willing to sacrifice poor Wallace.
can't believe I... The poor walnuts. Why did I do this? Hello. Okay. People have been thinking that there may be a new form of magic, possibly including mind control. It appears we have a full confession. You walnut. The court sees no reason to prolong this any further. Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell. We did it! Wallace is hot milky. They didn't do a hot milky. Mr. Cuthbert, you really did it.
Feels amazing, right? Like a big weight being lifted off your shoulders.
It does, but... I can't believe the headmaster was the one who did this. Right, despite everything Redmond did. He was the one that allowed Wallace to pursue his dreams. This victory feels great, guys. It doesn't feel at all weird that the last thing that the headmaster said was, "Why did I do this?" It feels great. Wow, guys. Despite everything Redmond did, he was the one that allowed Wallace to pursue his dreams. I'm sorry, I'm sure this is bittersweet for you. What am I going to do now? And Master Redmond was the only reason I could even attend the academy. With him gone...
Come on!
Did you miss the text before it glitched? I did miss the text before it glitched. I don't know what it said. Will I be, like, poking through my VOD? My extremely long now VOD. Yes, I will.
Anyway.
Why did I listen to...
Interesting. Come on, don't think like that. You got acquitted. I'm sure it'll all work out.
I want to agree, but necromancy is basically taboo. Without Redmond's support, there aren't many places he could learn it legitimately. And then there's the Imperial Academy.
Hey, don't you get all sad on me too.
Sorry, I was just thinking. With Redmond gone, the Fregas will probably just appoint another sycophant as the headmaster. Valentina, Valerie, and Jan are all going to lose their jobs.
Come on. You found the truth and you put a murderer behind bars. You saved Wallace.
She's right. I was just thinking that I missed her. As you start to exit the courtroom, you're greeted by Miss Tamora. Was she in the gallery this entire time? At the end of the day, you saved Wallace from a wrongful conviction. So, remember the death flags from earlier? I'm now getting mind control victim flags from her. I'm very worried about her. That's our mom. You should be... You should be proud of yourself for that. I suppose you're right. Maybe I am just overthinking things. But the doubt still lingers in your mind.
Now come on. I'm taking Wallace to that restaurant we went to last time.
Do you remember how much that place cost?
Don't worry, I have plenty of gold.
Am I the only one on this team not making any gold? Why don't you meet us there, Celeste? I need to talk with Tyrion for a moment. I don't like that.
All right. Let's go, Wallace.
Okay. Aw. You activated the Empowered Eye again, didn't you? He doesn't appear to be praising you. I did. I didn't really have a choice. The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. That's twice now that you've used the Empowered Eye to get out of a tough spot. You can't keep relying on it if you want to grow as an attorney. One day, you'll find a witness that the Empowered Eye won't work on. It's worked for me this far, though. But I suppose you're right. Okay, Mom, let's talk. Did you fuck Commander Oram? I'll try to rely on it less next time. And that marked the end of another case in my career as a defense attorney. Another life saved. Another murderer brought to justice. But I still couldn't shake this feeling of uneasiness. Was it guilt for what would happen to the faculty staff? Or was it something else? Yippee! Completed case 2, The Walking Dead. Oh. Ooh. Man. Steelwind has been perping with the talk. Has been talking with the perp for hours. Why is Eris's theme playing? What's there to even ask at this point? Turns out she doesn't trust his testimony. Something about his memories not matching up with the crime scene. Ooh! I'm telling you. You don't think he has mage blight, does he? No, it's not that. She found that damn symbol etched into his desk. But what did she call it? The purple mark? The purple mark? Oh, for the love of not this again. Look, the little lady wants to chase the boogeyman, just let her. At least this time, she's doing it personally instead of dragging us into it.
Cast sleep.
Hey! What's up with... These bitches be gashed. Terrifying.
Who did this to your desk?
What has gotten into you? I've already admitted to everything. What more could you possibly want from me?
Where did this graffiti come from?
What is this symbol? What is the purple mark? I don't know. A student must have done it at some point.
Think very hard, Headmaster. When did you receive this purple symbol? Focus on the moment you received this.
Wait a minute. I remember it now. How? Oh, damn it. Lady Steelwind? Lady Steelwind? Aria, what happened? Are you okay?
I was close. My elation over meeting him almost made me forget.
Eris, what are you doing here? Why? Wait, I remember now. It was you. You put those ideas into my mind. You're the one who told me to murder Bellwether.
Oh, you humans never fail to amuse me. I didn't make you do anything. Everything you did that day, all the planning, all the preparation, that came from your own mind. And I have to say, I was quite entertained with the scheme you came up with. Why, you even broke into Miriam's room. I didn't know you had it in you, old man.
You made me forget about our conversation, but how? Illusions can't affect the mind. Magic can't affect the mind.
It's a shame, though. I would have much rather turned Wallace into the antagonist of this chapter. Could you imagine if he turned? It would have been spectacular. Armies of the undead running rampant in the streets. But alas, even I couldn't corrupt his pure soul.
Answer me! Who are you? What are you?
Who am I? I'm the Lord of the Sixth Circle.
Oh, that was a noise. Oh, that was a noise. Oh God. Oh dear God. Bitch, she's literally Satan. Not to be cute, not to be confused with popular Yakuza fan sub or literal Satan. Oh cool. Oh cool. That's gonna be the end of our stream. What is the next one called? Oh, the next one's called The Origin of Horus. That's great, guys. That's great. That's great. I'm gonna guess this is Frega's. This is Miriam's mom. That was great. That felt normal, guys. Normal and good. Okay. Well, this stream has gone on for almost 5 hours. Really a case 3 of all time? Sure was a case. Yeah. If you would like to discuss that in any further capacity, please do so in my Discord server. What the fuck else do I have? If you would like to catch the previous installments of this game, you can do so on my VOD channel on YouTube. Aside from that, I have another YouTube, my main YouTube, even, where I've posted some song covers and some related material. The most recent cover is Loneliness Loop from Yakuza 5. If you would like to support me, one such way to do that is through my Ko-fi link. There's my Ko-fi. If you would like to pay me emotional damages for what I just played, there's an option to do that. Another option to support me is through my Nexus link. You can buy video games off of it. And some of the money goes to me, and if you want to suggest games, you could do so in my Discord server. What the fuck else am I forgetting? I think that's all my bot links aside from the Throne one, which doesn't matter too much. Yeah. Next week, I will be back with Ace Attorney Investigations 2 on Friday. And I was going to, like, the stream is on the fence next week? Or, Tyrion Cuthbert? In which case, I may just move which day I do it, because now I really want to find out what happens. And I may be busy on Saturday. So we'll see. Tomorrow I should be on Kate's channel, streaming The Great Ace Attorney. And on Thursday, I will be on Max's channel, streaming The Great Ace Attorney. Is Kate live again? Because it would be really funny if we rated her 2 days in a row. It would be really funny if we rated her 2 days in a row. I'll go check. If she is live, we are doing that. Because it'll be funny. Fuck. Nah, they're off. Damn it! It would have been really funny. Okay, well, just watch her tomorrow, because I'll be there again, and I'll... Man. Okay, well, that is gonna be it for today. I'm gonna go eat a snack about that. And also talk to my Discord about that. I will see y'all next week. Thank y'all for hanging out. We're dealing with Satan, guys. Good night.